Morena tatou, and welcome everybody to today's extraordinary council meeting. I say extraordinary because this is an extra meeting that was made necessary as we had to defer some items of business from our previous agenda when we had to accommodate the government's local government amalgamation program and reach a decision before the 9th of August. So I appreciate your participation in an unexpected further meeting. And as is our custom, I now invite our City Kaumātua, Tame Pokaia, to open our proceedings with karakia, please.
Tēnā koe te koro matua o kirikiri roa whānui te mihi atu ki au koe. Me ngā mema o te kauni hera o kirikiri roa e hui tahi nei ki te whiriwhiri i ngā kaupapa e pāinga mo tēnei tāone tino a tāhua ara te kōpū māni o kirikiri roa. Kautau o te hāpori I hara mai te whakatakoto ki te whakarongo rānei, kānui te mihi atu kia koutou hoki. Nō reira e te atua korowai tia mātou I rungu I te aroha me te rangi māri e kia kore mātou e kōtiti I roto I ngā kaupapa o tēnei wā, kia kore ai tō mātou waka e tuki I ngā kohatu I roto I te wai, I te moana, tēnei mātou e mihi ana. Kia koe. Ko koe tō mātou peringa, ko koe tō mātou amorangi, anei mātou e whakawhetai atu ki a koe, I rungi te ingoa tō mātou kai whakaora. Mo ake ake. Amen. Amen. Tēnā koutou.
Amen and kia ora, Tame. Thank you so much for the continuing support that you provide to our council. Members, before we commence our agenda items for this morning, I'd like to note with sadness the passing of two recent local government representatives. As you probably have heard, Wellington City Councillor Tony Randall represented the Takapū Northern Ward from the 2022 election until his unexpected death just over a week ago, having previously served as president of the Johnsonville Community Association. He was widely respected, especially for his strong advocacy for public transport. Chris Lux served as the mayor of Thames Coromandel District from 1998 to 2004. 4 years ago, Thames Coromandel District Council awarded him their Community and Service Award for his strong advocacy for the interests of their district over many years. Following his mayoralty, he continued to serve in several governance and leadership roles. It's been quite a sad year, actually, in the local government whānau around the country, as we've lost many people. And I'm sure that members in Hamilton City would wish to join me in expressing our deepest sympathy to the family, friends and colleagues of Tony and Chris at this sad time. Returning to our agenda and noting that our Deputy Mayor is joining us this morning online from our Western Island, and also Councillors Huata and Councillor Thompson are also with us online. I will ask if there are any apologies, but I think that is everyone accounted for. Correct in that? So we don't need to move the apologies. So we come now to confirmation of today's agenda, which has been circulated and is on page 6 of Diligent. Would someone like to move the confirmation of the agenda, please? That's moved Councillor Pike, seconded Councillor MacDonald. All in favour, please say aye. Against?
Carried unanimously.
Thank you. And just to signal that I will be aiming to take our lunch adjournment around about 12:30, depending on progress with business today, to enable me to participate along with some staff in an online future-proof meeting with Minister Bishop, re matters that are important to Hamilton and to our region. In the event that I'm not able to return to this meeting after the lunch adjournment, I have asked Senior Councillor O'Leary if she would briefly take the chair for me to enable us to continue. The reason for that is the Deputy Mayor cannot chair a meeting under our standing orders while he's online. So thank you to Senior Councillor O'Leary for that, and I'll be returning as quickly as I can. Item number 3, are there any declarations of interest relating to today's agenda item? Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. I'm declaring a conflict of interest for item 6, local alcohol policies. I'm a member of the DLC.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Any further declarations? There being none, then that one is noted. So we come now to our public forum, and there's been strong interest today in presenting to our public forum on a couple of topics that are on our agenda. I understand that as a result of that, each speaker has been asked to confine their comments to 3 minutes. Normally it would be 5, but this will take us over the time we usually allow for public forum, and I think that is important. So just to those of you who will be coming forward to speak to us, you have 3 minutes, and if you choose to take the full 3 minutes, that's entirely your prerogative. If, however, you would like to allow some time for questions, please try to speak for a shorter period as the questions and answers are included in the 3-minute allocation. But thank you again for being here, and our first speaker is Jennifer Lamb, speaking to item number 6, the local alcohol policy. Welcome, Jennifer. If you'd like to, you could actually sit at the chair there. And just so you all know, although it seems counterintuitive, when the light is on red, that means go. And green means it's not, you're not on. So you're live at this moment. Jennifer, welcome.
Kia ora. I'm Jennifer Lamb. I'm from Alcohol Health Watch. We are an independent organisation providing information and advice, and we coordinate networks including the Cross-Council Local Alcohol Policy Network. We strongly recommend that the Council adopt option 2 and develop a full local alcohol policy. More than 80% of New Zealand's population is covered by a local alcohol policy, and the country's largest cities. Most of them have a local alcohol policy, and nearly all the councils in the Waikato region have a local alcohol policy, and that's for very good reason. A local alcohol policy provides guidance to the District Licensing Committee while enabling the DLC to use its discretion. It can reduce the need for licence hearings and related costs. A local alcohol policy covering all licence types provides greater certainty, clarity, fairness and consistency for the public, licensing bodies, regulatory agencies and licensees. And a local alcohol policy can align with and complement other plans, bylaws, policies and strategies that can reduce alcohol harm. A local alcohol policy, they are shown by research to have public support as they help curb the harm from Aotearoa, New Zealand's most harmful drug. And to conclude, we strongly recommend that the Council support option 2 and develop a full local alcohol policy, and we do not believe that there is sufficient reason to delay the decision. Head Start, current bills should not be an obstacle. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard.
Thank you, Jennifer. That's crisp and clear. You have allowed time for questions, and I'll take one from Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for your comments. In your comments, you mentioned that there's research that shows broad public support for it. Are you able to talk a little bit more about that, the sources of that?
Yes. For example, the Public Health Communication Centre at Otago University did research on that, and I think their research is called Building New Zealand Strongly, or New Zealand Strongly Support Policies to Curb Alcohol Harm. Will government listen? But there's lots of other research as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moroney.
Thank you. And thank you for the work that you do and your advocacy in this area. In promoting option 2, what do you see as being the merits of option 2 over option 3, for example, which is more focused on the off licences?
We tend to look at, take more of a holistic approach to alcohol generally, but also with option 3 that includes the harm from all licence types, and we can tell you the harm from different clubs, on licences, whatever, but also all those policies in the local alcohol policies in section 77(1) of the Act, they interlink, so it should be a comprehensive, we think, policy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it's tight, but we have gone over time. So could I thank you, Jennifer, again for being here. Could I call Dr. William Ranger, please? Online. Thank you. Dr. Ranger, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor and Deputy Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard today. I'm William Ranger. I'm a Medical Officer of Health with Health New Zealand. I'm here to speak in favour of Council considering the development of a local alcohol policy. Of the two options available for a policy, I am, like Jennifer, in favour of a full policy. The reason for that is it provides the greatest scope for mitigating the harms due to alcohol. However, option 3, the more limited scope, looking at off-licence regulation, I do support that as well, though my preference would be for a full policy. The main reason, in the limited time available, I'd just like to point out to Council, there's very, very strong evidence internationally and also from New Zealand that links the availability of alcohol to increased harm. And availability can be in terms of geographic location of alcohol, but also in terms of times of availability. And a local alcohol policy gives a good opportunity to manage both those dimensions. So it's very strongly evidence-based. In terms of evidence for local harm in Hamilton, probably the best evidence comes from ED data, emergency department presentations with alcohol as a factor. And we see from that the people most affected are young people aged 20 to 29, people who reside in high deprivation areas, and Maori, and also that the times of harm peak in Friday nights and Saturday night. So a local alcohol policy can have a positive effect on those harms, and we see from that there's clearly a strong equity dimension. So my final message to you is that a local alcohol policy is a strong mechanism for both fairly and efficiently managing availability of alcohol and therefore reducing harm to the community. So thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Ranger. We might be able to squeeze in a very quick question from Councillor Moroney.
Very quick. If you excuse the pun, are we late to the party? Is Hamilton lagging behind other cities with local alcohol plans?
Oh, I think councils have addressed them at their own pace, and as Jennifer said, a large proportion of the population is covered by policies, so any time is the right time to have this conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ranger. We very much appreciate your making time to speak to us this morning. Changing topic now to item number 7, could I invite Jeff Krieger forward, please? Welcome, Jeff.
Thank you. Your Worship, councillors, this debate is really about consistency. STV was made available in 2004. Hamilton later moved to STV, but the process of that decision is important. In 2013, voters were formally asked whether the city should use first past the post or single transferable vote. The result was emphatic. 23,241 voted for first past the post. Then in 2020, Council revisited the issue, but instead of another formal poll, Council conducted a voluntary survey. Only 920 people responded, less than 1% of enrolled voters. Hardly a mandate. Nevertheless, Council had the legal power to change the electoral system by resolution, and they did so. STV was used for the first time in 2022, when the voter turnout was 29.4%. So I ask councillors a simple question. If changing the voting system by council resolution was undemocratic today, why wasn't it undemocratic in 2022? Where was the demand for a formal poll? Where was the objection to council making the decision itself? The legislation has not changed. Council has the legal power, or had the legal power in 2020, and it has it today. This is not about whether you prefer STV or first past the post. It is about whether elected representatives apply one democratic standard when they like the outcome and another when they don't. There is already a safeguard. Enrolled voters can demand a formal poll if they disagree with the council's decision. The voting system matters. But compared to these challenges, it is relatively a minor issue. Council faces some serious issues. You were elected to address them. Stop wasting time on a procedural distraction and get on with the serious work of putting Hamilton right. Thank you.
We have time for a question from Councillor Moroney.
Oh, thank you for your presentation. But I'm a bit confused, and I wonder if you can just clear it up for me. So are you saying that you prefer the decision with no consultation at all from ratepayers that was made a couple of weeks ago to one that was made with consultation with ratepayers?
It's got nothing to do with what I prefer. Council has the power to change the system by resolution. Quite legal. Nothing to do with what I believe.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we appreciate your view. We need to move on. The next two speakers are both speaking on the same topic. Could I invite Rebecca Fraser, please?
Tēnā koutou katoa, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Bex Fraser and I am the Kaihautu of Hōhau Te Rongo Kahukura. We are New Zealand's specialist Takatapui and Rainbow Violence Prevention and Response Organisation, and myself and part of our team are based here in Kirikiriroa. I also have a degree in public policy and public administration from Waikato University, so I'm pretty interested in how voting happens. So the reason 15 councils across New Zealand changed to STV is that voting by STV produces one of the most representative outcomes for elected bodies. It is the most likely voting system to produce a body of elected members that is similarly diverse in values as the diverse populations they're representing. In this sense, it is the fairest system. It's a proportional representation system, a bit like MMP. This is increasingly important in a world where diverse populations can be very polarised. And it matters to populations like my own, Takatapui and Rainbow populations, unsurprisingly, because while we make up around 10% of the general population, that's not a big enough slice for representation under a less equitable system like FPP. I have no doubt that you made the decision you did last week because, like me, you're worried about voter turnout and voter understandings. I watched the meeting. However, over 130 countries worldwide use a system like STV, with only 55 still using first past the post. And those 130 countries have higher voter turnout, despite voter turnout decreasing internationally by an average of 12%. Worldwide, systems are turning towards proportional representation, not away from it. We're not an outlier in terms of our local councils, we're a front runner. And we're not an outlier internationally. And it's not a harder system. We're all used to ranking things. We do it all the time in our everyday lives. I like ready salted chips the most, I like barbecue for a begrudging second, and I'll never eat chicken chips. I can also list my relatives in order from favourite to least favourite. It's unnatural behaviour. It's not confusing. What is not natural, though, is change. We all want to go back to a simpler time, even me. The problem is that it wasn't that much simpler. You still had to read dozens of political blurbs and attend a bunch of meetings to figure out who you wanted to vote for. And the simpler time also meant that people like me were illegal up until 1986, and we weren't allowed to marry each other until 2013. It wasn't simpler for us back then. And knowing who you want as a representative under First Past the Post is just as complicated as it is under STV. So I ask you to reconsider your decision to change the system to retain STV. There's a bunch of ways to increase voter turnout, and I have run out of time to tell you about them, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bex. Yes, and I'm sorry you have run out of time, so no time for questions, but we appreciate your presentation. Thank you. The next speaker is Ailey Joan Hainsworth, please. I hope I've pronounced that correctly. Thank you.
Yes, I'm stunned. This is my first time speaking at the council, so I hope you'll forgive any mishaps. I'm here to speak on the change proposed from STV to FPP. I believe that making a change should be done with the full authority of the people through a referendum, as with the change of Māori wards. I also believe STV is superior to FPP. Just as this last speaker has said, I tautoko their points strongly. Most of this council were voted in on a platform of reducing costs and increasing democracy. This change is causing additional costs for the city. We're losing democracy, which is a cost. It costs to change our systems. And decreasing representation without asking all the people of Hamilton. This is blatantly making the choice to circumvent that democratic process on multiple levels. First Past the Post ensures sizable minorities are ignored. In a city-sized community, it is especially important to compromise and hear everyone out. These decisions involve our everyday lives, our neighbours, our businesses and jobs. Were the councillors even mandated to make this call? Did they campaign on it? The change should really be the one that is put directly to the people if it is to happen through a referendum. Voter turnout has decreased because of other factors. All systems are seeing reduced voter turnout across the world. STV is a simpler system in that it ensures everyone's vote is counted. One can make the choice to vote just as in First Past the Post, for one person, if they choose. But we still have to do all of the same research and looking into things just as we would with STV. Thank you.
Thank you, Ailey Joan. And there is time for questions, if anyone has one. It would appear not. Well, thank you. I appreciate that you were a little bit nervous, but you've presented very well, and I hope we'll see you again. Thank you. Our next speaker is Anne Barnett-Bell, please. Is Anne here? Yes, she is.
Good morning.
Good morning to you both.
My name's Anne Barnett-Bell, and I'm speaking today on the voting system as discussed in your meeting on the 6th of August. I strongly support consultation with the community, especially where the outcome could involve borrowing more money, which would flow through to rate increases and everyday costs of living pressures. So I was surprised that a few elected councillors expressed outrage over the lack of public consultation when the voting system was changed. Where was the same outcry when other council items were not thoroughly consulted on? For example, the transfer of our water services to EOI. Only 221 people participated in the April 2025 survey. Although some current councillors were not in office at the time, the issue was raised again with the present council early this year. Where was the same concern over the lack of meaningful consultation, explaining the proposal and its financial consequences to residents? The fallout from the EOI decision is now being felt by residents. People across our city are shocked after receiving their combined rates and water bill. In light of this, I find this outcry insignificant. compared to other major decisions that have been made without public consultation. If councillors were genuinely concerned about the hard realities facing ordinary residents, why does it feel like more urgent pressures are not receiving the same attention and public concern? This left me wondering why these councillors and their supporters had suddenly condemned the voting system change as undemocratic and unacceptable due to the lack of consultation. To me, this creates an uncomfortable question. Why is this voting system change so important to them when the day-to-day hardships of ratepayers are not being prioritised? This led me to look further. I have read unverified claims that STV may be vulnerable to coordinated voting by groups with a shared agenda. If these concerns are confirmed, I would support a democratic, fairer and easier to use system such as FPP. Finally, the low participation in Have Your Say surveys raises serious questions about how representative these results are. The 2020 survey, which involved only 928 respondents, cannot be regarded as a reliable reflection of wider community opinion. By contrast, in 2013, Hamilton voters were given a formal opportunity alongside the local body elections to decide whether the city should retain FPP or adopt STV. I respectfully ask elected councillors to uphold their original decision and use FPP in the next local body election. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Appreciate your coming in. Unfortunately, there isn't time for questions, but you've made a very clear submission. Thank you. We're returning now to the local alcohol policy, and our next speaker is Dr. Grant Hewison, please.
O tēnā koutou, ko Dr. Grant Hewison Takawingwa. I'm Dr. Grant Hewison, speaking on behalf of Communities Against Alcohol Harm, and I've also been asked to just introduce a letter in support from the Salvation Army. So we're in support of option 3, developing a local alcohol policy focused on off-licences as a minimum. Of course, I think we'd support going further than that, but as a minimum, that's really the kind of basis of where we've landed. So our role, we support Hamilton-based communities and objectors, and have done for nearly 7 or 8 years, getting the voice of the community into the licensing process in particular, and supporting them through DLCs and their processes. While the DLC does a good job, one of the key important things about an LAP is it can create equity across all licenses. So one of the things your DLC really struggles with is reducing the closing hours of off licenses, because then effectively you penalise one compared to all the rest. So having a common 9 p.m. closing for off licenses is a very important policy point. It's one that's supported by numerous councils throughout the country, and it makes a big difference in terms of reducing alcohol-related harm, particularly in that late night period when things can get a little out of hand. You also, as a city, have a lot of off licenses and a lot of bottle stores, and putting a cap on those and saying that's enough, we don't need any more, becomes really important in terms of supporting your communities, because without that, they've got to fight off bottle stores one by one as there's applied for. At the moment, your Norton community, very vulnerable community, has had to fight off a bottle store twice, and this, I think, is the 3rd time they're fighting to keep a bottle store out of that particular community. Your LAP could say we don't want any more across the city, and that would deal with that particular issue. I can also deal with discretionary conditions such as external advertising signage on bottle stores. And if you drive around and have a look, a lot of them are brightly coloured, a lot of them have a lot of external alcohol advertising, and a lot of them are very close to important community facilities like schools. So overall, our position and the Salvation Army support option 3 as a minimum. We'd like you to go further, but certainly having no LAP is really not an option for a city of your size and the harm that your city is facing in terms of alcohol. So we support that, and please, if there are any questions. Thank Thank you.
Thank you. We can squeeze in a quick question from Councillor Mead.
Just a quick question. Where do you sit on the sale of alcohol through supermarkets from 7 till 10 at night?
In Auckland and in another number of other communities, that's been reduced to 9 p.m. And it does, again, make a big difference in terms of that later hour, 10, 11, the kind of preloading, side-loading of alcohol that young people do before they go into bars. That makes a big difference because it applies to supermarkets, grocery stores and bottle stores. Bottle stores, of course, are more risky because they sell spirits and RTDs, but supermarkets sell very cheap alcohol. So having that policy and not discriminating between off licenses, just saying off licenses across the board, many other councils do that, and I think you'd be well placed to do that as well.
Thank you, Dr. Hewison. We are out of time, but thank you very much for being here and for a very clear submission.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, on our printed agendas, our next speaker was to be Fitu Wairiki Ake, but I understand that Tanya Bidwa is here, presumably also from Te Kohau Health, to speak on Fitu's behalf. Welcome, Tanya. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Tania Bidwa ahau. I will be speaking on behalf of Te Kohau Health. Te Kohau Health supports option 3, the development of a draft local alcohol policy with a focus scope on off-licence premises. Council research shows that alcohol-related harm is not experienced equally across our city. It identifies relationships between alcohol availability and harm, alongside community concerns about the number and location of off-licences premises. For Te Kohau Health, this is therefore more than an alcohol licensing issue. It is about the environment and where our whānau and tamariki live, grow and thrive. Why option 3? We support option 3 because it provides a focus and an achievable response to an area where council has the ability to influence change. A focused local alcohol policy will allow council to consider the location, density and trading hours of off-licence premises, as well as other appropriate conditions. This is important because alcohol harm cannot be addressed solely by asking individuals and whānau to make healthier choices. We also need to look at the systems and environments surrounding those choices. When communities already experiencing an inequity and are also exposed to greater alcohol availability and accessibility, we need to ask whether our current settings are supporting hauora or contributing to harm. Te Kohau Health works for prevention and systems change approaches. Too often we respond to alcohol harm after it has occurred through our health services, police, social services, and ultimately through whānau themselves. Our recommendation, Te Kohau Health asks elected members to support option 3 and proceed with developing a draft local alcohol policy focused on off-licence premises. Supporting option 3 does not predetermine the final policy. It allows the next stage of discussion, engagement and consultation to occur. The evidence has been gathered and our communities have shared their concerns. We now have an opportunity to move from understanding the problem towards creating the conditions for change. For Te Kohau Health, this is about prevention and creating a kirikiriroa where our environment support the hauora of our whānau and future generations. For those reasons, Te Kohau Health supports option 3. Mauri tu, mauri ora.
Kia ora, Tanya. Unfortunately, we are out of time, so no time for questions, but thank you very much for coming along this morning. We appreciate your submission. Returning now to number 7, the electoral option, Remo Boy, please. Is Remo here? No, Remo's not here. We'll keep that spot available for later on. Then back to local alcohol policy, Greg McGill, please.
I do tend to rabbit on, so I've written things down. My name's Greg. I own a small brewery and taproom in Te Rapa called Bureaucracy. I suspect, listening to my peers here, that I'm going to be pushing a certain substance uphill with my opinion here, but I'm going to try anyway. I'm here today to speak in favour of option 1, do not progress with the development of a local alcohol policy for Hamilton. As many will have heard recently, hospitality is really doing it tough. Making and selling beer is already a heavily taxed and over-regulated area of the economy, and adding more rules and regulations via an LAP certainly won't help with that situation. And then there's the matter of individual freedom. All we ever seem to hear from the finger-waggers who advocate for such things as the negatives, the harm, it's yet more safetyism in a culture that has far too much of this already. Nobody looks at the advantages to the economy of a vibrant drinking culture. Beer tourism and cocktail culture are real and positive things. I bet many of the councillors and many of the people in attendance go out and enjoy a few drinks and don't expect judgment. Hamilton should really embrace that instead of joining the dull grey chorus of the New Puritans. I look at Grand Rapids, Michigan in the United States. My wife and I visited there a couple of years ago to look at how things are done in what has been dubbed Beer City, USA. It's got around 40 breweries in or close to the CBD, and this is a place that's about the same population as Hamilton. There's a real buzz there. It's lively, it's vibrant, it's fun. There's no cloak of shame hanging over the industry. Nobody's muttering about harm, and they're not even required to serve food. Imagine that, the world doesn't end. I spoke to police there, in a bar, funnily enough, and while they see a few alcohol-related incidents, and probably about as many as Hamilton sees looking at the data, they don't feel that they need any special legislation to deal with those. Assault is still assault, vandalism is still vandalism. There's laws for these. We can enforce those laws probably better than we do. So power once given via legislation is seldom removed. Much of the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act is already antithetical to the ideals of a free society, so please let's not add more via an LAP. Those voting in favour of an LAP in any form, please consider that by doing so you're restricting the liberties of others, even if you think that's for their own good. And you're okay with taking such a condescending attitude, perhaps next time it'll be something you value that's being restricted. I'll leave you with this quick quote from C.S. Lewis, which sums it up well. Of all tyrannies, a tyranny sincerely exercised for the good of its victims may be the most oppressive. It would be better to live under robber barons than under omnipotent moral busybodies. The robber baron's cruelty may sometimes sleep, his cupidity may at some point be satiated, but those who torment us for our own good will torment us without end, for they do so with the approval of their own consciences. Thank you.
Greg, we could just squeeze in a quick question from Councillor Moroney.
Thank you for your submission. Did I hear you correctly that you think we have too much safety?
Yeah. I think we take away the individual's responsibility and personal responsibility for themselves at the expense of this nebulous goal of safety that we will never achieve. It's like the road toll of 0 from a few years ago, It's not practical. So the cost is too much legislation.
Would have had another question, but we've run out of time.
Oh, good. Sorry. Thank you.
Yes, unfortunately we have run out of time. Thank you, Greg. And our next speaker, returning to the local electoral option, is Kevin Collins. Please.
Hello, my name is Kevin Collins, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am a supporter of STV, but I would be willing to be part of a discussion about the pros and cons and other options. What I find really disappointing is that there was no opportunity for that discussion. I get a lot of emails from the council asking me to express my views on things. The last one I happen to remember was the reserves and community facilities management policy. Big proposal about why this was a thing that we should talk about, explanation of the council position, and 2 full months for consultation. I just find it hard to believe that a change to the voting system doesn't warrant something similar. If council or if staff think there's a very good reason why we should reconsider the voting system, then let's have a conversation. Put out a proposal, put out the discussion, let's talk about it. Don't make the decision in advance, that's what I would say. The last thing I'll say is that I think all of you will know that public confidence and trust in public institutions and politicians is at an all-time low. So decisions made this way, they don't help. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. There is time available for questions if anyone would like to ask one. No, but thank you. You've made a very crisp submission. Well done. Thank you. Could I invite Sergeant Jim Kernahan to come forward speaking to... He's not arrived? No. Okay. Has Remo arrived yet? No sign of Remo. Then our next speaker, who I believe is online, is Gavin Beattie, speaking to item number 7. Gavin, you... Yes, we can see you. Gavin, can you hear us?
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Good to see you. Thank you very much. I invite you to present your submission, please.
Kia ora koutou, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm a former senior advisor to the Local Government Commission. Before that, I was in the Local Government Policy team in the Department of Internal Affairs, where I led the policy development for the Local Electoral Act, including introduction of the FPP-STV option. Like most people, I was initially unsure about the claimed merits of the new, seemingly more complex voting system. But the more I understood it, the more I've become an advocate for it. While I could speak at length about the benefits of STV, given the time limit I want to make 3 points. 1, there is no perfect voting system. If there were, you would not be having this debate today. Each system has advantages and disadvantages, so it's a question of which outweighs the other. 2, the clear advantage of STV is its potential with sufficiently large multi-member wards, which Hamilton has, to provide proportional representation for all significant communities of interest in the city. It is also a more effective voting system by allowing voters to express their true preferences. And if their preferred candidates are not successful or don't need all the votes they receive, their votes are then transferred to other candidates. In this sense, votes are not wasted. 3, the perceived disadvantage of STV and corresponding advantage of FPP is the complexity-simplicity issue. Undeniably, the counting process for STV is more complicated in reaching the more desired outcome. Voting, however, as the slogan goes, is as easy as 1, 2, 3. The relative ease of voting using STV or FPP is reflected in the sheet I have circulated, showing voter turnouts for all STV councils since its introduction in 2004. You can see that for some councils, turnout has been higher with the introduction of STV than under FPP at the previous election, and for some councils it has been lower. And that for STV councils, turnout has sometimes been higher than the national average and sometimes lower. This reflects, as you know, that voter turnout is a complex issue and demonstrably not an issue relating to STV in itself. In conclusion, STV clearly needs good quality public education for it to be understood by both election candidates and by voters, so that its benefits can be fully realised. This does take time, and I urge the Council, after having had just 2 STV elections, to stick with the status quo and continue the education process. This also seems the most appropriate option given the uncertainty, as you know, that already surrounds the next elections in 2028 for all councils around the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Gavin. Unfortunately, time has expired, but you've given a very clear and detailed submission. We're grateful for that. Can I just check, given we did have 2 who are not here, that there is no one else in the room to represent Remu or Sergeant Kernahan from the police? No? That being the case, could I invite Russell Knapp to come forward, please, speaking to item number 7. Welcome, Russell. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor Tim, and everybody here today. Concerns over consultation regarding the change to our voting system has brought me here today. The only true consultation is a poll, but as we've got no idea how this council will look going forward, it's too costly and too silly to contemplate. Consultation, however, is very inaccurate because only a tiny percentage of Hamiltonians get to be consulted unless they follow council very closely. According to the council website, a community survey on the voting system surveyed 920 people, which is hardly representative. There are 78 councils in New Zealand and only 15 use STV. Not one council in the area suggested for amalgamation uses STV. So why would that be? The reality is, out in the community, many people don't trust it. It's so complex, votes can't simply be counted without using a complicated algorithm that no one understands that reallocates votes. That's not transparent, democratic or timely. Many elderly struggle and others who can't be bothered ranking candidates don't simply vote. Voting numbers have dropped in both STV elections despite HCC spending money on voter awareness. Remembering that the first iteration of STV was sold to us as a trial. I would have thought the polling results probably would have confirmed that trial. FPP is simple, it's like a running race. First over the line is a winner, next is second, and so on till we have 6 winners. STV is like a complicated handicap race, where an out-of-sight computer is tutoring with the starting line, reallocating votes, which can manipulate candidates who are not in the top 6 in the first ballots, almost through a back door. Councillors are mandated to vote on our behalf, and that's your job. Look at the options, make a common sense decision remembering the conversations you've had with voters in the community when you were campaigning. Surely we're not going to demand a consultation on every contentious vote going forward. We've got so many more important things that this council needs to deal with. So that's it from me. Just on time.
Also, I'm afraid time has expired. Thank you, Russell, for coming in. As you were speaking, I see that Sergeant Kernahan has joined us, so I'm afraid there's no time to get comfortable. Could I ask, we are right at the end of our public forum session, and so I'd invite you please to come and present on the local alcohol policy. Thank you very much for taking time to be with us this morning.
Morning, councillors. The LAP, from our perspective, is quite important. Encourage it to be going ahead. The previous attempt to it, a lot of the public discussion came around bottle stores being located in deprived areas, which they seem to want to choose to put their premises in. We know, sorry about my breath, just had to run upstairs, that the change in the Sale of Liquor Act to the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act was prompted by high density of bottle stores in deprived areas, Hunters Corner in Auckland, principally it started off at. We have that here in Hamilton. It will continue to happen if, without some guidance of a LAP, the LAP will give the District Licensing Committee the guideline of the community concern. We know that there's currently a bill before Parliament to remove some element of the public being able to object to bottle stores or licensed premises. undermining the community's ability to say something. So it comes down to councillors representing your constituents to set that in place, so the DLC, because the DLC will look at mostly, is this applicant fit and proper? And we know, for example, the bottle store in Bader Street, it's a difficult area, and with a lot of hard work that now is not there. I know from the feedback from the community that it's a much better place. Norton Mall, two off licences, supermarket and a bottle store. We had a lot of problems down there. A lot of people now are saying it's very nice. The parks don't have the level of alcohol-related rubbish located there, so it does have an impact. Those licences were lost through a process. It would make it a lot easier for an LAP to define locations or allowed locations for these places. And that's mostly our focus, is the off-licence world.
Thank you, Sergeant Kernahan. You've allowed time for questions. We have one from Councillor Moroney.
Oh, thank you so much for your submission, really important one. You missed an earlier submitter who talked about our city being too safe. Is that the view of police?
Too safe? We'd like to think the community is a safe place. Alcohol does not make the community unsafe. Alcohol fuels bad behaviour. A lot of our alcohol-related harm is through family violence episodes. They don't affect the community directly as a risk to the community, but it's still alcohol-related harm.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald, is yours a quick question? If so, we'll squeeze it in.
Thank you. Do you distinguish in your observations, you and the organisation, between alcohol-related harm on off-licence and on-licence?
Statistically, alcohol, the majority of alcohol out in the community is sold through probably supermarkets rather than bottle stores or on licences. The on licence industry has always argued that they have more control over their clients, but alcohol is alcohol. When a person leaves those premises, it's a free-for-all. The nighttime economy, yes, there is disorder and violence late at night. Predominantly alcohol is a factor. I won't say it's the aggravator, but it's a factor in it. I have to say it's only a factor. But yeah, I think, yeah, if that answers your kind of your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, thank you, Sergeant Kernahan, for being with us. I appreciate the fact that you had to run, but you covered well.
My apologies, I thought it was a little bit later. But
we appreciate that. And could I thank everybody who's been here to present to us in our public forum. We've extended the time. Usually it's half an hour for public forum, but given that these are two matters of high public interest, and there were a large number of people who requested the opportunity, we decided to extend that time. Appreciate that it meant you were a bit constrained in the time you would have otherwise had to present, but you've all managed to convey your views very well, and we do appreciate hearing from you. It is important for us to hear from our community on these matters, so thank you all very much indeed. So we move on now to item number 5, which is the Chair's report. Members, you will have seen my report in Diligent, and you'll have noted that I cover a large number of topics, but in presenting the report at this point, I wish just to focus in some detail on the thinking behind the revised governance structure that I'm proposing for your consideration, because it is clearly important that everybody understands why this is coming about. Having said that, there are other topics covered in the Chair's report, and members are more than welcome to ask questions on any of those topics and to cover them in your own debate comments to follow. At the beginning of this triennium, I committed to reviewing Council's governance structure to ensure that it remained fit for purpose and aligned with the outcomes our community expects. Good governance requires us continually to assess whether our structures align with our priorities and support the outcomes that we are seeking. The governance arrangements that have been in place until now were agreed upon before the Mayor's plan was unanimously adopted to be the framework for all significant council decisions. 10 months on, and having completed several committee cycles and adopted the Mayor's Plan 2025 to 28 as our roadmap for the next 3 years, I considered it timely to undertake the review that I had signalled at the outset. I want to ensure that our governance and committee structure is strongly aligned with the Mayor's Plan so that financial prudence, value for money and transparency are always top of mind as Council develops and delivers the assets, functions and services that are important to Hamiltonians. The proposed changes are designed to sharpen our focus on the issues that matter most, elevate some important priorities for the city to the attention of our committees of the whole, and to strengthen governance assurance through the work of our subcommittees. I believe that these changes will strengthen the effectiveness of our decision-making, make better use of the skills and experience around our council table, and underpin the shift in direction that I and many others here have been elected to deliver for the people of Hamilton. So moving on to some of the individual matters. A clear theme in the Mayor's Plan is delivering sensible, cost-effective infrastructure. In particular, many of us are determined to achieve a more balanced approach to city transportation projects than we have seen in years gone by. Ensuring that Council's funding and attention is clearly centred on projects that are necessary, well-costed and fit for purpose for our communities is critical. Similarly, strategic and prudent investment in the revitalisation of our central city is a major priority for me, because a strong, vibrant CBD is essential for our future economic and social prosperity. It will deliver long-term benefits for residents, businesses and visitors alike. An unintended consequence of having those two important topics dealt with at subcommittee levels has been that many of us have not been part of their deliberations. It's my strong view that these important topics need the visibility and consideration of all elected members. That is why I wish to elevate them from subcommittee level to that of committees of the whole. In no way should that be interpreted as criticism of the work that either subcommittee has been doing. Instead, it is to underline the importance of both. Effective governance of Hamilton's transport needs and the city's economic development will be key to our future decision-making as we lead into the LTP, the major challenge in front of us now. Both are too important and too fundamental to the well-being of our city not to receive our collective and careful attention. I'm grateful for the work undertaken by subcommittee members and extend my thanks to Councillors McDonald and Deputy Mayor Taylor for their leadership of the Transport Subcommittee and the Central City Revitalisation Committee, respectively. They will continue to play important roles leading discussions of those topics in their respective committees of the whole, and I look forward to seeing both topics receive enhanced prominence. I'm also proposing a regulatory and hearings subcommittee to be chaired by Councillor Moroney with Councillor Casey Cox as Deputy Chair. I want to stress that it is not, as I have seen in some social media chat recently, a replacement of the Transport Committee. Subcommittee. A regulatory and hearings subcommittee is an important local democracy mechanism that exists to bring a consistent and accessible approach to submission and hearings processes across the range of matters which we consult the public and our communities on. Decisions on those consultation and engagement matters will be the responsibility of the relevant committee of the whole. The regulatory responsibilities of the Transport Subcommittee will transfer to the Regulatory and Hearings Committee with the necessary delegation to make decisions within existing council policy and bylaws. But as previously noted, the strategic and significant operational decisions about our transport network will be made in the City Infrastructure Committee to be led by Councillors Huata and McDonald. I'm also proposing tightened terms of reference for the Procurement Subcommittee to give more teeth to that group as it provides the oversight and direction to ensure Council's procurement approach is transparent and delivers value for money for our residents and ratepayers. Councillors Bidder and Mead have important work to lead in this area that needs to be successful as we strive for better purchasing and spending. and I want to ensure that they have the tools they need to achieve that outcome. The creation of a subcommittee for funding and partnerships brings a holistic governance approach to Council's external funding, philanthropic relationships, sponsorship and community grants functions and relationships, while the establishment of a CCO subcommittee denotes the importance of dedicated governance oversight of our commercial and arm's-length entities, particularly in the initial stages of the EOI's implementation. I'm grateful to senior councillors and staff who have assisted me in reviewing all of these arrangements. In conclusion, I just want to repeat my view that I have expressed on numerous occasions, that every elected member has been making a very solid contribution during the first 10 months of our term, and I'm hugely grateful for that. It is why I have endeavoured with this new governance structure to find every member an additional role. Doesn't mean additional to ones that they may have held before. I mean that everybody's got something other than just being an elected member. But I appreciate there's often keen interest in some positions and less interest in others. I want to stress that there are no demotions through this restructure, but I do wish to acknowledge Councillor Thompson, who is online with us this morning, who is stepping down from a chair's role to a deputy chair's role at her request. I thank her for her significant contribution as chair of our City Delivery Committee over the past 10 months, and I'm sure we all wish her all the very best for the arrival of her new baby next month. I'll save further comments for debate and now invite questions from members on any of the topics that are covered in the Chair's report. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. You identified greater fiscal responsibility as one of the objectives behind these changes. What specifically in the structure that you've proposed strengthens financial scrutiny or control over council expenditure?
Well, as I've just mentioned, tightened terms of reference for the procurement subcommittee, which is a hugely important part of it. Elevating everything, I think, to the level of the committee of the whole means that we all have an opportunity to look out for those matters, because from time to time we've all been blindsided, and this is not intended as a criticism, it's just a reality, by things coming to us when we haven't been properly prepared. So the intention is to ensure that right across every aspect of Council's operations and expenditure, we will have the opportunity to be fully involved in the process.
Thank you. The report says that these changes will improve governance effectiveness. Will the new structure be formally reviewed before the end of term? And if so, what criteria will be used? And when will that review come back to Council?
Absolutely, the aim is to improve governance structure, and I believe we've been governing well. This is to get maximum outcome from there. So to that end, just as I have been reviewing regularly, I will continue to review throughout the rest of this term. Who knows, it may be necessary to make a further change. I'm mindful of not wanting to upend our committee structure too frequently, but I will keep it under constant review, and if there were to be, say, a by-election during the course of the term, there were 2 in the last term, that may be necessitated.
Thank you. Constant review is a good thing. It means that we are always open and alert to things that need adjusting and improving. Yes, what I'm looking to understand is we've taken a structure, we've identified some issues, we've identified some opportunities, we are looking to move to a new structure. In addition to the ongoing improvements review, are we going to make sure that the new structure is delivering against what we are being asked to approve it against today?
Well, I would expect us all to have a role in doing that. That's one of the reasons why we've introduced some additional informal time for councillors to get together. I always invite you to bring your thoughts to my attention. Should it become apparent that there is a need for a further review, then yes, I'll go through the process for that.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions at this point? Councillor Huata, welcome.
Morena, kia ora tātou, kia ora koromatu atum. Ko taku pātai, my question is what thought was given to including our Māngai Māori mā ngai kana, mā ngai hill, mā ngai te ua, and our external appointee, Rachel Dean, in the discussions for the review of the governance structure.
I am always respectful of the views of our Māngai Māori. I did not discuss it with those four people who you've identified. However, I want to underline that I believe that our Māngai Māori and our independent, I forget what her official title is, Rachel Dean, are all valued contributors to the discussions at the committees on which they are representatives. So I hope that it would not in any way be seen as undermining or undervaluing their contribution, because I want to assure you that I value them highly, and I believe that everybody sitting around the table does. We've lost your sound, Councillor Huata.
I was just giving the head nod as
thank you. Councillor Moroney, please.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. My question is perhaps quite a technical one. It's around the decision-making around stormwater. And I see that it is part of the terms of reference for the Regulatory and Hearings Committee, and I'm wanting to check that that's around holding hearings on related matters, not the substantial decisions on stormwater, which I think belong to the, what are they all called now?
Councillor Huata's committee, yes.
The City Infrastructure Committee, is that
You're
the
correct. Stormwater does now come under the purview of City Infrastructure, and I understand, and I'm very comfortable with this, that Councillor Huata intends to play the lead in that, and that Councillor McDonald will continue to play a lead in transport matters. I think that's a good fit within that committee as Chair and Deputy Chair. I might ask Amy to talk about the specific aspect of your question if you think there's more to be said, because I understand what you're getting at.
Thank you.
Thank you. It is very much as you've stated, though, that it is the hearing component that would need to come down to the Regulatory and Hearings Committee, not the decision-making that would still remain with the City Infrastructure Committee. And that goes across many areas. So rather than, if we consider what we experienced at the council meeting last week, where we had the hearing at the beginning portion of it, it takes that away and moves it to the hearing subcommittee to actually manage that, and then the decision comes back, the deliberation and adoption still comes back to the other forums.
Thank you.
So just to add to that, from a staff resource point of view, Fiona Sutton's been appointed as the EOI Relationship Director, and she'll be having the interface between Council and EOI, especially on stormwater, and work closely with our elected members, but also with State Shareholders Forum and EOI Board and EOI Management.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, I beg your pardon, Councillor Thompson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. My question's not related to governance structure, so are we ready to take different questions? I was kind of
If it's related to any matter in the Chair's report, yes, that's fine.
Thank you. It was just in regard to the disappointing correspondence we received in regards to our advocacy for a fourth station and more adequate resourcing for fire and emergency. Are you able to share your thoughts on where to from here? Previously, there'd been discussion around some sort of, working party being set up. And I guess I wanted to have some assurance that we are going to escalate this matter in some way, given the response that we've received so far.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate you're not well, so thank you for joining us this morning, and absolutely it is my intention to escalate this. In fact, I believe that there is probably a unanimous view around this table that the inadequacy of our current firefighting capacity in Hamilton is a very serious issue. So it is my intention to continue to apply whatever pressure and persuasion I can. We are, of course, now in the formal period of an election campaign, so there's an opportunity to raise issues that are of considerable interest to Hamilton. And in fact, I'd stress it's not just about Hamilton. It's actually about our ability to be good regional players with neighbouring districts. They often support us. We often need to support them. So the answer is an emphatic yes. I encourage you to take the opportunities that you can to keep pushing this. I think people need to understand that this is a very serious matter in a rapidly growing city, and the fairly bureaucratic non-committal response that I received is, in my view, wholly unsatisfactory, and I will make that point and welcome you joining me. I'm very happy, perhaps, given your request, Councillor, to convene a small group of people to discuss a bit of a strategy, because it would be wise to have a strategy. So thank you for raising that question.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. It would appear we have now finished with our questions, so we'll move into debate. And as I say, although I focused in presenting my report on the governance structure, all matters in the Chair's report are, of course, open. So I see that there's a small staff amendment which should now be on the board. Yes, that the motion is in three parts: the standard receiving of the report, the second approving the changes to council governance subject to minor editorial amendments. Perhaps you could explain that to us before we get into debate.
Yeah, absolutely. So we want to ensure that we can fix spelling mistakes, or if I have unintentionally not recorded the correct name of a policy or plan or strategy, that I have the ability to just go through and make that final amendment. So it's very much
they're technical. They have nothing to do with the substance of the proposal.
No, nothing to do with the substance.
Thank you for clarifying that. And the third, requesting staff to seek a determination to reflect the changes to the governance structure, but it's my expectation that the vast majority of councillors would not be affected by that. That would be the fair expectation.
Yes.
Clearly there's a consequence for Councillor Thompson.
Yes, so a small consequence for Councillor Thompson, and then the intention of the wording at this point is to just evenly split that distribution across all councillors.
Thank you very much. So we'll move now into debate. Oh, yes, it would be helpful. I wonder, I think the Deputy Mayor had signalled that he would be willing to second. Can I just confirm with him? Yes, he is. He will do that?
You wish. Yes,
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Members, I want to stress again that the governance structure changes that I'm proposing are to achieve a stronger focus on the city's financial health and long-term sustainability, ensuring we continue to make prudent decisions on behalf of our ratepayers. So I'm having great trouble with my screen disappearing. We are retaining 4 committees of the whole, but the only one that retains the same name is the City Finance and Assurance Committee. So we would now have City Infrastructure, City Prosperity and City Resilience, and of course we also retain the all-important CE Review Committee. City-level strategies will be the responsibility of the Council, with the committees having input and recommendatory and implementation responsibilities. Council strategies describe the future we are driving towards and the ways we will get there. We must ensure that all our strategies work effectively together to move us in the right direction. With the establishment of EOI, I think we all recognise the importance of a strong council focus on city stormwater and services, and this is clearly provided for in the refreshed terms of reference for the City Infrastructure Committee. The City Resilience Committee emphasises governance of the places and services that work for people, and now explicitly includes responsibility for our city's civil defence and emergency management response, over which the Chair has already been showing outstanding leadership throughout our region. Responsibilities for environmental and adaptation planning are made more explicit within the City Prosperity Committee's terms of reference. I'm glad that Councillor Thompson asked me a moment ago about the unsatisfactory reply we received from the Minister about our firefighting capacity. I think I've now covered that. I do want to report that when I was in Christchurch last week, and I'm sorry that meant I missed an elected members workshop, I felt that we had a wonderful opportunity to push Hamilton's case for investment as a fast-growing city. There were many at that conference who sat up and showed notice and came and talked to me afterwards. I'm not saying that anybody came and pledged to build a new hotel, but it was a very good opportunity for us. I'll leave it at that and invite Councillor Pike, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. Look, change is always going to be challenging, and it's particularly difficult, I think, creating a leadership structure when you have such a significant amount of talent around the table and not enough roles to go around. So I really appreciate the difficult task this has been. I want to highlight a few wins from my perspective of the new structure. I'm pleased to see the return of the Regulatory and Hearings Committee. I think it's an important space for our community to come in and hear their concerns and give a protected time to do so. I also believe the addition of the CCO subcommittee is an appropriate reflection of the transition to EOI and the gravity this has on both our organisations and our community. As chair of the renewed Community Resilience Committee, I want to thank you, Mayor Tim, for the increased focus on emergency management and the resilience of our people and places. Unfortunately, the scale and frequency of events we've seen is something we can't ignore, and the changes in the emergency management bill will mean that we have more direct requirements of council, so I appreciate the reflection of this and the change too. I will be formally acknowledging the changes of deputies in our first committee, but I'm obviously very sad to lose Councillor Casey Cox and her strong advocacy in community, but I know you'll continue to offer just as passionate and value to the city prosperity as well. I'm pleased to have an equally competent new deputy with Councillor Thompson, who shares a lot of passion in the space too, and will provide expertise to the committee. And I, of course, join with my colleagues in wishing her well with the arrival of your new baby. So I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bidder, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. I want to thank Councillor Sarah for her work as chair and look forward to a new youth councillor arriving soon. Councillor Sue's experience is very well suited to the Regulatory Hearings Committee. New to council, not new to governance. I'm really enjoying working with you. I want to thank Councillor Mesh for her work chairing the Transport Subcommittee. I am pleased to see the importance of transport projects is raised to a full committee to show the authority councillors need over what is now around half the council expenditure. I do have a concern that transport projects are hard to address in a full committee. So as we progress, we can develop workshops or similar to consider details and technical issues before bringing recommendations to the full committee. We've made a great start to the year. We are trying new things, we are learning, and I'm happy that Mayor Tim is willing to modify things as we go.
Thank you. Councillor Strange, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. I'd just like to acknowledge the changes you've made, and like to say I welcome the opportunity to chair the new Funding and Partnership Subcommittee, along with Deputy Chair Councillor Leo. I look forward to this. I look forward to having a holistic overview and approach. There are a lot of people in Hamilton who are wanting to partner with various projects, with various developments, and it's important that we bring as many people along with us on the journey as we roll out the Mayor's plan. There are funders, philanthropics, business sponsors, community grants, and it's important we have a shared vision for our city, because together we can do so much more than when we're apart. We saw an example of this recently with the new BNZ Theatre, where there was seed funding from council and then significant funding from others. And I look forward to doing my best to leverage the contacts that I have in the community in terms of supporting your plan, Mayor Tim. Also overseeing the Central Business Association and Hamilton Waikato Tourism, two excellent organisations, and I look forward to supporting them and working with them to support the work they're doing. And major city event sponsorship. It's becoming a challenging space as other councils are simply providing cash to get events into their regions. Now, we need to be strategic, we need to be creative around how we continue to bring events into our city. Because those events obviously support the enjoyment people have living here. They obviously bring people to the city, which then supports our businesses. So I look forward to chairing this committee, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald, please.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. Firstly, congratulations to those who received civic awards this last couple of weeks. But it was outstanding to be able to meet, to be able to hear from some of the community champions that do so much work to make our city a rich place. On the governance changes, I'm broadly supportive of what's been proposed, but I do think that there's an important distinction between changing a structure and demonstrating that the new structure will improve governance. I can see the rationale for some of the changes, and having worked through the detailed terms of reference, I'm pleased to see a new subcommittee that has a dedicated focus on CCO monitoring and accountability. That's something I'm very supportive of. At the same time, given the improved governance effectiveness and better fiscal health and financial sustainability, those being part of the case for the broader changes being proposed, I think there should be some visibility and accountability for whether or not the improvement that we're trying to achieve actually occurs. Governance structures can look perfectly sensible on paper. The real test is how they work in practice. With the extra teeth being given to the procurement subcommittee, have they actually been able to achieve better outcomes? Has the governance across the different committees and subcommittees become more effective? How has that been measured? I'd like to see the work of the reviews that we've been assured will happen against the improvements that we are being asked to support it on the basis of today. If we're going to change the structure to improve governance, which I think we should always be open to, we should also be prepared to come back and determine whether it actually did. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Leary, please.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. Just one quick comment. Very disappointing letter from the Minister about a new fire station, and not pleasant reading hearing that their very own asset management plans don't include provision. So quite frankly, that's simply not good enough. Just on the governance structure, I support the changes. In my experience, it's very much business as usual. In what a mayor does around this time of the term. We're almost 12 months into it. And when we started, of course, we didn't have the mayor's plan. We do now, and as Councillor Strange has noted, it is important we have a shared vision. The mayor's plan is that shared vision. I welcome and is very overdue the increased focus on Central City into a primary standing committee. That is also being not only part of the Mayor's plan, but also the Deputy Mayor's plan. And I think the governance structure simply must reflect those priorities. Like Councillor Pike, I welcome the return of the Regulatory and Hearings Committee back into our framework. We have had this in place in previous terms, and in my experience, it works really, really well, and it does create, gives those regulatory functions a really clear home, but importantly gives proper focus to public hearings for what at times can be quite specialised work. I welcome the change to our City Resilience Committee as well. Simply just having the word resilience in the name will bring a sharper focus through our governance structure and decision making, as well as show the public how important this is. So I see the changes as pragmatic. They align with the Mayor's plan and where we're going, and we need to now just get on with the work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Corrales, and then I think we have two online, and then Councillor Moroney. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Councillor Pike expressed it very poignantly when she said change is difficult. So I just want to acknowledge the work of everyone to date, and also the work of those that is yet to come in this triennium. year. I support the intent of the governance restructure, which is to better align with delivering the objectives of the Mayor's plan. And I just want to speak to a couple of the key changes. So the first one is the CCO subcommittee. And I think it was apparent to everyone when we went through the letters of intent process earlier this year that we could actually sharpen up our processes and governance of CCOs. We need to be really clear about the why, the what, and better position ourselves to be able to meaningfully influence when performance expectations are not met. And now with Airway in its infancy, monitoring will become even more important, both through the Shareholders Forum and this CCO subcommittee. I believe it will enable a level of work to happen at subcommittee level with recommendations and input from a committee of the whole or full council, which I think is ideal. The Regulatory and Hearings Committee, I believe it makes absolute sense to consolidate activities across multiple functions. And this final point is around city destinations. There are now explicit governance obligations and reporting both financial and performance on our city destinations through to city prosperity. And this is important because 70 million of our OPEX investment this year is going into our city destinations. We all love our destinations, but it is important that community knows where their investment is going, what the return on the investment is, and also who is benefiting. The cost of living crisis is visibly deepening. Hamilton's unemployment is at 7%, and we know the pain is real from reactions we're all seeing with rates notices having been struck recently. The plan was always to apply laser-sharp focus to the LTP, and I expect the governance changes will support this work and meet the community's expectations of financial stewardship and value for money on every decision at every level. Thank you, Mayor McIndoe.
Thank you, Councillor. And we'll now cross to Tasman. Deputy Mayor Taylor, please.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. Look, I support the changes the Mayor is bringing to us today. The Mayor has always signalled from the start of the term that he may want to make adjustments. The key thing for me is that since the structure was actually set, the Mayor's actually set the Mayor's plan with 7 key priorities, which we have unanimously endorsed. And he sees this as the best way to achieve those priorities, and so do I. And this is what a Mayor should be doing, creating a vision, getting support for it, and then executing it. Personally, I'm delighted to see a sharper focus for the CBD revitalisation. I've always thought the CBD should be a standing committee of council, and I think we've missed opportunities in previous terms there. I think the CCO Oversight Committee, led by Councillor Corrales, makes terrific sense and gives greater visibility to the way they report back to council. I also sense we need a more effective way of reporting Airway issues back to council. So I'm looking forward to that. I like the one-stop shop funding subcommittee for Councillor Strange, which he will lead with his relationships. I think that's just about made for him. And the one-stop shop regulatory and hearings committee, which has worked so well in the past, which Councillor Moroney will lead. I think it all makes for really efficient governance. And I think we are blessed with a talented, energised, focused group of councillors, best I've seen, I think. And this committee structure will serve us really well over the next 2 years. So I wholeheartedly support the changes today.
Thank you very much. Councillor Huata, please.
My favourite element is water. So I'm going to be like water. Water is able to go around, over, through any obstacle, challenge, or opportunity. And by reviewing our new governance structure, that allows us to do that and be agile and pivot where we need to. I'm also a team player, being 5th child of 8 children and mother of a combined 11 children. So I know how important it is to be able to adjust when you need to adjust for the betterment of the whole. And so I wholeheartedly support Mayor Tim's leadership through driving the Mayor's plan and its 7 key priorities to ensure that we are able, when we need to, review, assess, and move forward, ensuring that we are being good governors. And good governors means being a team player, while acknowledging that we all have different views, knowledge and experiences that we bring to the table. So I'm excited to be the new chair of the Infrastructure Committee. I'm also excited to work alongside Mesh as my deputy and to lead us through everything that sits under that committee, not just stormwater, waste management, everything that's connected to our core infrastructure, and transport being a big one of them. And excuse one of our other new councillors in the making here with me today. I do encourage that we include our external appointees wherever we can. And that includes our Māngai Māori and Rachel Dean, whom I don't know who her formal title is either. 2 of our Māngai Māori represent Waikato Tainui. And I remind us again that Waikato Tainui are not stakeholders, they are partners. They are mana whenua, they are tangata whenua who represent 90,000 beneficiaries across not just Hamilton City Council, but all the districts as we go through into Head Start. They are the biggest ratepayers in the city and contribute to our economic development exponentially. However, I said that my time is up. I support the new governance structure. Tēnā koutou.
Ka pai, kia ora, Councillor. Councillor Moroney, please.
Kia ora, thank you, Mayor Tim. First of all, can I start by thanking the staff who have worked on the reorganisation of the committee structure, because they were asked to do that in the midst of all the head stuff going on, a range of things that have been happening over that same period of time. So I know that ask was an additional thing for them to be working through, and it was a very professional way in which that was achieved. So thank you to the staff working on that. I concur with what people have said around looking at change and how difficult that can sometimes be. But I am really grateful to see the CBD issues come into a standing committee. I have felt a little left out of the loop on some of those things that I think we all feel quite strongly about. So it's great to see that come into a space where we can all contribute and be involved in that discussion. Look, I'm no fan of CCOs, but as we have them, that we monitor them properly seems entirely appropriate, because that is always my concern about CCOs from the ratepayer's perspective, is the lack of transparency that can occur and the lack of democratic involvement in decisions of CCOs once they are set up. So very pleased to see that. On the Regulatory and Hearings Committee, look, I've always been really clear that I'm very happy to be what I call a garden variety councillor, but happy to step up when asked to into a role chairing such a committee. I haven't seen that committee in operation before, but I'm really looking forward to it. Particularly looking forward to working with Anna Casey Cox as the deputy. It's been described as being a quasi-judicial committee, and yes, it is, but I want to let people know that I'll be working really hard to make sure that it's a welcoming and inclusive place for people to have their voices heard. Kia ora.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mead, and then we have Councillor Thompson online.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the many themes many of us spoke about during the election was transparency. For me, transparency starts with communication. It's about ensuring that not only elected members, but the wider community can understand how decisions are made, where and for who those decisions will be made for. I'll be honest, as someone who's newer to local government, getting the understanding of structures of committees, subcommittees, delegations and processes has been challenged. Obviously, those with years of experience can actually understand the system well, but I often find myself asking another elected member of the public or a past elected member of council is what to follow if happening. Even elected members can struggle with it. That's why I support looking at changes through the lens of transparency and communication. It's not a reflection on the quality of work being done, Rather, it's about making sure our governance structure is accessible and understandable, and that is as possible for elected members to understand where we're going and where we're going to end up. End of the day, good governance isn't about making just sound decisions. It's about ensuring that people understand, engage with that process, and that leads to positive communications about those decisions.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. I just want to briefly thank Councillor Huata for taking on the role of chair for what was this City Delivery Committee. It comes with a fairly substantial workload, but I know that you will be excellent in the role. So it's heartening to know that it's in good hands. Thank you. I want to thank Councillor Mesh for your hard work, both as deputy in my time as chair, and also for your excellent chairing of the Transport Subcommittee. And again, I know working with Councillor Miria, the committee is going to be in good hands. Finally, just acknowledging Councillor Anna, who will be moving over to another committee, and your good work within community, which was now City Resilience. I'm looking forward to working with Councillor Emma, but I'm also looking forward to having a little bit more balance, being able to balance family and time with baby along with council work. So yeah, all the best everyone with all the different terms of reference and the new roles. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Casey Cox.
Sorry, I wasn't sure I was going to speak, but I just want to acknowledge all the change and support the direction of it. I'm excited to be part of the City Prosperity Committee. It's not the community where my heart is, but it is the committee that does have a considerable impact on the community because it governs the shape and future of our city. So it has the ability to include or exclude, or to harm our environment or to protect it. So those things will continue to be, key issues for me, no matter the committee that I'm in. And I guess in regards to the CBD, I absolutely support Deputy Mayor with enabling a thriving CBD. I was saddened to hear on the radio this morning that that a third of emergency housing grants are now being declined, and I think we're seeing that evidenced in our rising homeless population, and I know that that's a particular issue for our CBD. So I look forward to having more of those conversations about what can be done. I know there's interest in, considering things again like a night shelter and whether that has a place in our city, or a central city mission, which we don't have, which some of the other bigger centres do. So those are the conversations that I'm interested in having more of as a complement to the Deputy Mayor and alongside. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Liu.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do support the new governance structure, and I'm particularly pleased to see a strong focus on prosperity. I'm looking forward to see the new City Prosperity Committee to focus on growing Hamilton's economy, attracting investment, and supporting businesses and creating more opportunity for our people. A strong economy does not solve every social problem, but it certainly gives us more capacity to deal with them. When households have better jobs, high income, and more opportunity, they are better equipped to deal with life's challenges. Council is no different. A stronger economy, a stronger rating based on our great capacity to invest in infrastructure and address challenges like homeless, alcohol harms, and other social issues. So I'm looking forward to see new structure put economic prosperity at heart of what we do, and I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. This time I think we're finished, so just very quickly in reply, Could I thank you all for your very constructive comments? I think yet again you've demonstrated our collective commitment to good governance, and I greatly appreciate that, and it's why I am enjoying working with this team. Collectively, you all offer a great deal. Thank you for that. Thank you all also for those who have referred to other aspects of the Chair's report. I want to endorse the comments that were made about our Civic Awards. It was wonderful to see so many of you present for that very important occasion, and tremendous to be able to recognise all of our deserving recipients, and in particular Professor Tom Roa, who of course won the Kirikiri Roa Hamilton Medal and a very popular recipient, I think, of that. Thank you for the comments on some of the other topics. I would just like to throw in very quickly my thanks to you also for this very strong support for our Wuxi 40th anniversary celebration last week. I think that was done extraordinarily well. And to Senior Councillor O'Leary and all the team who assisted her, congratulations on a job very well done. It's important to recognise that. Finally, we've had some reference to Head Start. I also appreciate the considerable work that has been done. I particularly would like to acknowledge the superb white paper that has been put forward, summarising, I think, our position as reached at that meeting. I thought it was extraordinarily well drafted, and I'd like to congratulate everyone who played a part in that, which of course includes all of you for your input as well. So thank you all very much indeed. I'll move now the report. We'll go to the vote. We should probably do it on the board, I think.
Yeah, yes, please.
So we'll go to the motion. Was published before. If we could go to the vote, please.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you very, very much indeed. And if I move now that we adjourn for morning tea, I'm assuming that will be carried unanimously as well. So let's do that and aim to be back underway at 11:30, please. The meeting is resumed. Here to have everybody present. And we come now to item 6, our local alcohol policy decision. And I would now invite Corey, who I believe is online, and no, Corey, you've arrived. I was advised you might be online. So Corey and Rebecca, would you like to come forward and present the staff report, please?
Thank you, Mayor Tim. Good morning, councillors. Firstly, apologies, I'm a little under the weather, but given the important decision that's before us today, I've made the effort to come in so that we can have a full and robust discussion about where it is that you might want to land with this, this topic. The report today obviously is to seek a direction given the pre-consultation that we've carried out that was premised on a resolution of council in 2025. We went out, did some pre-consultation, and following that, you'll recall, we presented at a elected member workshop in June earlier this year. The report illustrates 4 options for consideration. These range from deciding not to progress any further all the way through to progressing with the development of a policy or a policy in some form to further go out for consultation and come back to council. Should council lean towards progressing today, I do want to acknowledge and premise that on the basis that that does not direct a policy decision or an adoption. That is merely a position that council is taking to engage or instruct staff to go out and do further consultation in the start of the drafting. That will enable council to then have further decision points later on down the track. I am happy to leave it there and take the report as read and answer any questions.
Thank you, Corey. I'm sure there will be. So we'll start with Councillor Casey Cox.
It's not a question. I just wanted to note the motion that I've circulated for option 3. So just putting that on the table.
Right. So that's just for the information of members. Thank you. Councillor McDonald, please.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. Good morning.
Good morning.
My question is, if local harm data can't identify a particular licence type as the source of harm, what would staff be looking for through the policy work to determine whether restrictions on off licences are actually justified?
Good question, and it is a very difficult question, as you alluded to. There is research that does suggest that off licences do contribute, and you heard this morning from some of our public submitters around the locality and visibility of off licences enables a greater awareness and access. So that is an indicator. There's also been some recent release as a basis or as a consequence of Auckland's LAP that they have seen a reduction. But once again, it would really be determined by the basis on which we do an LAP and what restrictions or what conditions we would want to see within that LAP would then determine what we may see as a result of implementing one. So it is a challenging thing to quantify because we are talking about human behaviour at the same time as we're talking about accessibility.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And you've referred to research, and we had submitters that referred to research, but I didn't see research amongst the evidence that we were provided on which to make a choice. And so I'd asked several questions about that, and the response that I got from the team was that despite the research, I mean, those weren't their words, but I'm assuming that they're across the research, that they weren't able to distinguish between off licence and on licence. The reason I'm asking this is because obviously we've got a choice of to do an LAP or not, to do a restricted one or to do a full one, and so that's material to my weighing up of do we go full, do we go part? I mean, they cost about the same. So what research would point us in one direction or the other?
And once again, it is challenging around the research because the research is determinant of the harm that is caused in the locality in which the harm has been identified. So determining that they had access to alcohol from a bottle store, from a grocery store, or having been in town versus where the incident is then logged is very challenging to determine, or in what part or in what locality did the consumption of alcohol maybe tip them over the edge. That's where the research, while it shows us that accessibility is the challenge, it doesn't necessarily tell us that it's from a certain location unless it's solely come from a location, if that makes sense.
That does, thank you, and that aligns with what we heard from the sergeant who spoke this morning, that whether you get it from a bottle shop, a bar or a supermarket, once you get it out of the front door, it's a free-for-all. And so I guess my last question is, in relation to LAP, full or restricted LAP, my understanding is that we know that both of them will work to some extent, but just to clarify, we aren't sure exactly which one will work the best in Hamilton. We know what Auckland looks like, but we don't really know what Hamilton will look like.
And I guess that is the challenge because there are so many options. Just because we may elect to go for a full or we may elect to do off licences only, it would still depend on what requirements or what conditions we might want to put around both of those segments, if you like. So it could be reduced trading hours, it could be visibility, so it could be external signage, it could be a sinking lid. It would really depend on the options in which council chose, should they go down that path, to elect to apply within an LAP. So very hard to quantify without a basis or a benchmark to start from.
Thank you. Last question. So depending on what decision is made today, you noted that there are a lot of different conditions that can be imposed. Where will we get the chance to examine those conditions? Will we get the chance, or is that something the team will take care of?
That's certainly something that we will do the initial drafting, but absolutely that is a decision for the council and our community.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mead, please.
Good morning, Corey.
Good morning, sir.
How are you? Not well. Mine questions about off licences. Roughly how many off licences are there in Hamilton at the moment?
Our last rough count was 82 off licences.
And a question on the back of that, does Hamilton have a high density of off licences compared to other cities in New Zealand?
Yes. The simple answer is yes. Given that we're a small geographical area, we do have a number of off licences.
How many supermarkets in Hamilton hold off licences currently?
Around 16, depending on how you quantify a supermarket or grocery store as the Act determines them.
What are the trading hours for supermarkets legally and bottle stores legally currently with no LAP in Hamilton?
Currently, it'll be 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. for supermarkets, and the same for bottle stores. That isn't the timing that's currently elected for many of our bottle stores. A lot of them are reduced from that time frame. But as per your question, that is the legal time frame currently.
With regards to a LAP in Hamilton, if we get an LAP, will this allow us to, one, cap outlet numbers, restrict trading hours, control proximities to schools, marae, social housing and youth services, prevent new licences in saturated suburbs, and set separation distances between outlets if we do something like an LAP in here? Are they the things we'll address?
Many of the examples that you gave could be included within an LAP, would depend on to what extent council will want to go to, but yes, many of them could be options available to council through an LAP.
Sorry, next question. Could Hamilton use a reducing policy where outlets are not re-licensed as shop closed? And I mean, like, no new off licences in certain zones, non-renewal of perhaps supermarkets or new supermarket licence, sunset clauses, density caps. will that LAP allow us to do those things?
An LAP would allow you to do many of those things. Once again, you need to have good, solid policy backing for them. So the reduction, say, of off licences, serious consideration would need to be given to how we might go about a policy setting for certain categorisation of off licences. You mentioned supermarkets.
Yep.
Consideration would need to be given to how that policy setting would look and what adverse outcome might come from that if that was the drafting of the policy setting.
That's cool. And the last one I've got, in your opinion, does Hamilton licensing system need reviewing to make it fit for our city at the moment?
In my opinion.
In your opinion.
Could you say the question again, please? In my opinion.
Does Hamilton's licensing system need reviewing to make it fit for our city?
My opinion would be that we do have a legislative framework in which we currently work within, which gives us opportunity to manage and monitor the sale and supply of alcohol. And LAP would provide different mechanisms that may enable that. So my premise around that would depend on what it was that our council and our community wanted to see.
Cool. And a little bit statemently questioning with the last one is, for me, I'm not sure if you'd agree or not, but I see in Hamilton we've got high density across all suburbs. We've got no LAP in place. We've got a normalising of alcohol for children around some outlets. Young staff exposed to alcohol-related aggression, high theft and victimisation rates citywide. ED alcohol-related presentations showing harm patterns and licensing decisions made without modern harm reduction framework, without an LAP, and then talking to the police. Does that sort of tie into where you think an LAP, if we put it in place, might go?
That is certainly a direction that the LAP could go in.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Corrales, please.
Oh, thank you. Just looking at the attachment that makes the comment, and this is around the relationship between harm and licensing. It says, police data shows late night and weekend harm is concentrated in the CBD. It only represents 14 to 24% of total recorded alcohol-related harm. The majority of harm events are therefore occurring across the city. And I just recall that at the workshop, a lot of the material and the evidence that was presented indicated that our on licences weren't the issue, it was our off licences, and that's why we decided to focus on, gave some direction around focus on off licences. But this is a little bit more, this report isn't as black and white as my recollection of the workshop. Can you comment on that?
I'm just trying to find the reference, if we could.
It's in attachment 1. It's page 34 of Diligent.
And I may ask Narelle if he can assist us here.
Yeah.
Hi,
Hi.
Rachel.
Hi.
Kia ora. Yes, so I'm familiar with the reference that you're making there. So there is a majority, particularly that nighttime harm, and so those stats there is the police recorded harm incidents. So they're certainly clustered in the CBD. So there is harm occurring related to on licences, that is accurate. And I was thinking of this research as well, actually, to your question, Mesh. There is actually a piece of research done in Hamilton, a survey, that talks about preloading. And so it speaks to the fact, it's a survey done with attendees, and they ask, did you preload? And then where did you purchase your alcohol from? And so the findings was that the majority of those who did preload, they kept a higher breath alcohol level consistent across the night versus people who didn't and drunk just on site. So yes, the on licenses there are contributing to harm, just in that blanket fact that there is alcohol related harm, but there is also an element of alcohol from off licenses within that data about focused harm in the CBD. So it's pretty complex to unpack, like where the harm is coming from. So yes, it's concentrated in the CBD, but and that's where on licenses are concentrated, but there are mixed factors. And then the other thing to reference is that there is 70 to 80% of the harm occurring at that same time, at that weekend, late nights, is occurring throughout the city.
Okay. So we've heard a lot about the availability and accessibility of alcohol and the direct correlation with alcohol harm. And you referenced the Auckland piece of work, but I guess in that piece of work what I saw was a downward trajectory of alcohol, all the graphs. So linking that downward trajectory to the LAP isn't necessarily clear, and it is early days yet. Correct. But the question is there any other research or information available about the effectiveness of an LAP, given that other areas have had them in place for a longer time? And this comes back to the request for information that establishes a causal link between an LAP and alcohol-related harm.
I can start to answer that question, and then I might ask Narelle to come back up. As I mentioned earlier, the challenge in trying to quantify the benefits, if you like, through an LAP is difficult based on the environment in which they're applied, what the settings are of the LAP, and what else may have changed within that locality during that time. So examples could be Hamilton in our geographical environment. We've got a low or a young population base. We're quite dense. And so our attraction and our consumption is quite vast, versus another locality that doesn't have, say, a university or has a more stable environment. So there's so many factors that come into it, not only from a policy setting perspective with an LAP, but also the community environment in which is based within that catchment area. And so it's very difficult to quantify accurate, I guess, outcomes, determinative outcomes as a basis of an LAP. That's not to say that it doesn't. It's just to say that it can be difficult to quantify.
Fair.
And I don't know, Narelle, is there any? No.
Yeah, that's very fair. My last question is around the impact of amalgamation potential. Do you see utility in any work that we do in this space, irrespective of whether we're still Hamilton City or whether we're part of something bigger? I guess I'm questioning, is there any risk that the work might be wasted?
I think there's risks and opportunities both ways. LAPs traditionally have been set up, as we know, across the country. They have been drafted in such a way that they can deal with local issues, so they can deal with particular communities or have particular conditions around communities. Ngātarawāhia might have a slightly different policy setting to what Te Kaupapa does, and so Hamilton, should we choose to proceed with some form of LAP, Hamilton could be considered in a similar approach. Having said that, the risks again for maybe not proceeding is the fact that we've done this work and we understand what the community have concerns about currently, that we might be deferring or not responding to. So I think there's risks and opportunities both ways.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moroney, please.
Thank you. I have a few questions, but I'll probably start where Councillor Corrales left off around the other TAs in our area. What do you know about? Do they have LAPs?
Yes, the two councils either side of us have LAPs, and both of them, if I recall correctly, have just been reviewed and renewed.
Great, okay. So they already have them. If we have nothing in this space. I guess, I've got questions around the things that are quite particular to a large city when it comes to alcohol harm that won't be necessarily significant issues in a more regional or rural setting. You've identified university, for example. None of our neighbours have got a university. But are there other factors that would lead us to think about having a different approach for a major city versus towns?
Well, I guess there could be many drivers for us considering it, but once again, they're balanced in both ways. We're highly populated, we're a small geographical area, we've got a younger population in some ways, we have a more vulnerable population in some ways, but we also haven't had an LAP to date. But we have sought input and identified some concerns of our community. So I think there's an evidential basis to support community concern, but equally we have been operating to date without one.
And I think can I just clarify that I think what you said to Councillor Corrales' question was that there is nothing to suggest that if we had an LAP prior to going into an amalgamation that somehow that would be superseded by someone else's or subsumed by it?
That's
that the
correct.
answer? Yeah.
So we would, we've estimated within the report that it would take us sort of 12 to 15 months, as I recall, to work through the drafting process. Should council at that point elect to adopt a policy, there is a maximum 6-year period for policy review. And if we take into account the time that it may take for any form of amalgamation, or even if we did move into an amalgamation, it could be that our LAP becomes an appendix against somebody else's LAP, and it is specific to our community subset, just like Ngārawahia is an appendix or is a subset versus Te Kauwhara.
Thank you. When you were answering Councillor Mead's questions before, he was asking a question around relicensing and what an LAP can do in regard to relicensing. Is there? My understanding is that there's legislation in front of Parliament at the moment that would actually reduce an LAP's ability to address relicensing, or have I got that wrong?
No, that is correct. There is some proposed legislation change that is, I can't recall, sorry, where that is in the process, but there is some legislation change coming in, and that covers a myriad of proposed changes, including relicensing, community participation and the likes.
Would it prevent, so the question that I think Councillor Mead was asking was around, can we stop relicensing from occurring through an LAP? And with that, from what you know of that proposed legislative change, would that interfere with your answer back to him on that or not?
I don't recall off the top of my head, but it would appear that Narelle can help us with that.
Excellent. I want one of her too. Can I have one of her?
So I also don't remember the exact wording off by heart, but the proposal is to reinstate a section of the legislation that was taken out during the 2023 or amended during the 2023 amendments. And it's essentially it's strengthened, the 2023 amendments strengthened the presumption of non-renewal if that aligned with the local alcohol policy, whereas the previous statement, which is looking to be brought back in, states that like an LAP itself is not a good reason to not have the renewal. So technically it would still be possible, and I believe, it takes a direct grain of salt, yes, I believe that local alcohol policies developed before 2023, some put in sort of sinking lid approaches under that legislation. So but I don't believe it's tested, but it's still technically possible with that wording.
Yes.
But if the new one...
Yes, so effectively a licensing committee, if that legislation goes through, would not be able to just cite the LAP as being the reason why they're refusing the relicensing. They would have to say that and a few other things.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah? Okay. Okay, thank you. So I've just got 3 questions remaining. can I just clarify that when we're talking about off licences and the range of things that we can do for off licences under an LAP, does that also apply to supermarkets with off licences? So that range of things, they can specifically apply to supermarkets?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. I wanted to understand a little bit about the history. Oh. Oh, okay. So the noise outside. I'm wanting to understand the history a bit more. In your paper, you talk about a decision that was made by this council in February 2025, or thereabouts, somewhere in 2025. Can I just understand, because we seem to be, a lot of other places have had these LAPs in place for a while. How many times has this council considered an LAP? Do you know, and when did we first start asking ourselves this question?
Yes, my understanding is twice, and we went down the path of drafting an LAP, and based on the legislative framework that we had at the time, that was open for appeal. It was abandoned. Council decided at that point to abandon the LAP, and more recently, as you've quite rightly identified, Council has elected to go out and test, I guess, what the community feels there may be a need for an LAP. So twice.
So when was that initial decision by Council to in fact do an LAP? When was that, roughly?
Yes, I was going to say, I believe around 2015.
Oh gosh, okay. So we've been toying with this idea for more than a decade.
You could frame it that way.
Sorry, talking about this issue for a decade without making any progress on it at this point.
As I say, we started the process, legislation changed, and that's potentially what's led the council to reconsider.
Thank you. And my final question is about why there's no recommendation from staff on this item.
No recommendation from staff for a number of reasons, but first and foremost was a request by council that we go out and do the consultation work. That's given us some insights, and so we thought it was best to bring that to council based on the insights and based on the fact that we find it challenging to be able to quantify what policy levers, if you like, may change or may turn that dial. So we thought it best to bring it back to council and for council to give us some direction. If that leads council to ask us to do some more work to get to refine a recommendation, then we can go away and we can look at that. But we thought, given that it was a council resolution for us to do the work and bring it back to council, that's what we've done.
Okay, thank you. I'm a little bit confused by that answer, because council gives resolutions to staff all the time to go out and get information and bring it back, but that often comes back with a staff recommendation. I'm a little bit confused about why that didn't happen, but I'll leave it there. Yep, thank you.
Councillors, thank you all for your excellent questions. It's been a very good interrogation of the topic, and thank you, Corey in particular, given that you're not well. Also Narelle and Rebecca, thank you for your crisp and very helpful answers. Just before we move into debate on this topic, I'm going to ask Amy just to outline the procedure from this point, because we have more than one motion to consider, and just so that everybody understands how we're going to approach it.
Sorry, just once we've got them on the screen. So we do have two matters that are able to be treated as separate. So it's not a case of a motion and an amendment here. If we look at our first one, that's as to whether to approve staff to undertake option 3, which has been moved by Councillor Anna and seconded by Councillor Graham. And then we have a further motion, which is seeking the Mayor on behalf of the Council to write to central government based on the feedback that has come from our community and the concerns that they have raised about the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act 2012. So they are able to be different matters. No longer happening.
Thanks, Amy. Given what we've heard so far today, the second motion I'll put on hold and withdraw that at the moment.
Okay. We have one
until
motion.
we've got more from the LAP and a bit more direction we found today from Corey and the answers I've got.
Thank you for that. So, given Councillor Mead's decision, we just have the one motion. We will move now into debate, and the motion is moved by Councillor Casey Cox. I'll invite her to open for us.
And firstly, thank you to everyone for their very good questions, not only today but during the last wee while. It's been really good and helped to clarify things for me also. So in deciding to advance with a local alcohol policy, we are enabling a key feature of the Act, which is to allow for local communities to have greater input into decisions relating to the sale and supply of alcohol. LAPs can reflect the needs and priorities of our community, and for this kaupapa, there's no other mechanism where our collective community preferences can be reflected and considered. We know from our pre-consultation that our community is concerned, and in particular concerned about the harm resulting from off-licences, and we've heard this in the public forum today also. Professor Michael Cameron was unable to be here today due to his teaching commitments, but he has provided councillors with a statement that concludes a defensible policy conclusion is that a well-designed and enforced local alcohol policy limiting off-licence numbers, locations and/or late trading hours can be expected to reduce harm. While no study supplies one precise causal effect size for Hamilton specifically, the general research evidence is clear that reducing easy access to alcohol means less consumption and at a population level less harm. We are currently an outlier regionally and nationally in not having an LAP. Auckland's LAP, as has been noted, is still young, but early indications are that it's having a positive effect, including further reducing crime and hospital admissions. These are the sorts of impacts that we are seeking, or I hope we are seeking for our city, and this is the opportunity of an LAP. Option 3 is a focus on off-licences, as I see it, as pragmatic. It recognises that there has been attention and focus on the hospitality sector who offer alcohol for sale in a somewhat controlled environment. Side-loading and preloading that arguably impact not only harm but the hospitality sector who have to cope with it are issues. We have the opportunity in a local alcohol policy to alter the patterns of consumption so that it is safer. It's been a long time coming, so my perspective is let's get on and do. Thank you.
Councillor, we go now to Councillor Huata online.
A disclaimer. Every now and then my husband and I, especially on date night, like to partake in a tipple or two at our lovely establishments in the CBD, or in the comfort of our own home when a Warriors game is on. So I'm not anti-alcohol, but what does concern me is the way we drink and how we drink. And also that at every dairy that you go to, you're almost guaranteed to have an alcohol liquor store and also now a vape store. So I don't subscribe to Greg's use of C.S. Lewis's quote about tyranny in terms of what we're discussing here, because I like to be an advocate for my children that can't speak. And when they go and see that off-licensed premises are normalised in their community, when they go buy a milk or a bread or a special treat, that right next door is a vape store and right next door is a liquor store. So I absolutely support option 3 for an LAP that looks at off-licence and not on-licence. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor. Councillor Mead, please.
Thank you, Chair. By no means am I against alcohol. Alcohol is part of our community and realistically it's not going to change. Many people enjoy it responsibly and there are businesses that operate well within the rules and contribute positively to our economy and our social life. However, I am supporting option 3 in this LAP review, which focuses on off-licences. I do so because we need somewhere to start, and this is a practical and measured step. And I see this as not a cost to council, but an investment in the future well-being of our community. If we're serious about addressing alcohol-related harm, then we need to be prepared to invest in solutions that make a difference. We regularly talk about creating healthier, safer communities, and this is an opportunity to put those words into action. While no single policy will solve with every issue, this is a meaningful starting point. I think it's important to recognise the difference between off-licences and on-licences. Many on-licensed businesses are destinations where people gather for hospitality, dining, entertainment and social connection. Off licences serve a different purpose, and it's appropriate that we focus our attention on that area first and assess what impact changes may have. The proposal's not about prohibition, it's about certainty and not punishing responsible drinkers and well-run businesses. It's about ensuring the availability of alcohol is managed in a way that reflects the needs and expectations of our community. It's about making sure we have the right balance between access, responsibility and community well-being. If we genuinely want to improve outcomes for families, reduce alcohol harm and influence the behaviours for this generation and the next, then we have to be willing to take reasonable steps when an opportunity arises. Waiting for a perfect solution may simply mean that nothing changes. Today we have an opportunity to make a start. This proposal has my support because it represents a sensible, balanced and proactive approach. It allows us to begin delivering what our community is asking for while providing greater ability to manage, restrict and control the proliferation of alcohol outlets where it's appropriate. For me, it's about investing in the future of our community, and that's why I'm supporting it.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald, please.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. For me, the starting point is what an LAP can do that the existing licensing processes can't. The DLC considers individual licence applications, whereas an LAP can take citywide approach to things like location, density and trading hours. I've also taken some comfort from staff and from the representative of the police this morning being clear that our local harm data doesn't establish that off licences specifically are the source of alcohol-related harm. I think that's an important distinction. For me, that means option 3 shouldn't be read as council concluding today that off licences need greater restriction. Not at all. That's not what we're saying. What it does mean is that that's where the strongest concerns presently sit, so that's where we start the work. And importantly, if that work identifies a good evidential reason to include another licence type, staff have confirmed that the scope can be broadened without restarting the process. On that basis, I think option 3 is a proportionate place to start. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pike, please.
Tim. I want to start by thanking staff for their ongoing work over the years and through the report and information provided. As Councillor Moroney highlighted, this has been discussed through Council over a number of years. Last term, thanks to Councillor Casey Cox, there were some elected member hui organised with the police, public health experts, in addition to the multiple workshops and reports staff have provided. So I feel quite informed from those. And what has been clear to me through this work is that the experts in this area and those on the front line who deal with the consequences, our police, our healthcare workers, our social service workers, are supporting the need for an LAP in some form. We also heard from Public Forum that today 70% of the councils in New Zealand have LAPs, and we are also an outlier in the Waikato region. I can also say from a personal viewpoint, with close family who suffered from alcoholism, I saw firsthand how tempting it is to grab the extra top-up at the late hours, or in fact early hours of the morning, because it's an addiction and a health problem. I know that no good comes from those late night purchases, and I think it's important we test with the community council's role in the accessibility of alcohol. In my mind, I think there is some difference between off-licence and on-licence. Our hospitality sector is under further regulations that have more supervision than the zero supervision at home. I think option 3 allows for a reasonable balance between what the speaker from bureaucracy gave around the economy and the majority of public who simply want to enjoy a night out with friends, a meal and a glass of wine, and those who have to deal with the aftermath of getting a top-up from the bottle store at 11 p.m. at night to continue drinking. I therefore support option 3 and look forward to consultation response and reviewing our role in accessibility to alcohol.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bitter, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. We need an LAP. I support option 3. But I do think Greg from the aptly named bureaucracy made a great point with the C.S. Lewis quote. Of all tyrannies, a tyranny sincerely exercised for the good of its victims may be the most oppressive. It would be better to live under robber barons than under omnipotent moral busybodies. Those who torment us for our own good will torment us without end, for they do so with the approval of their own conscience. I've seen that before. Don't target off licences. Target problem off licences.
Thank you. Councillor Nihar, please.
Kia ora, Mayor Tim. I support the development of a LAP for Hamilton because it will give our communities a stronger voice in how alcohol is sold and supplied across our city. A Hamilton-specific LAP will provide a framework developed in consultation with our community to help guide alcohol licensing decisions and ensure local concerns are reflected in local outcomes. One of the key benefits of an LAP is that it gives council and the community greater influence over where alcohol outlets are located, how many are concentrated in particular areas, and what trading hours are appropriate for our city. These are important tools that can help address alcohol-related harm, particularly in communities already experiencing significant social and economic challenges. An LAP can also help create safer neighbourhoods by managing outlet density and limiting very late night and early morning trading. These practical measures have the potential to reduce alcohol-related incidents, improve public safety, and support the well-being of our residents. A local LAP alcohol policy is not about prohibition, it's about balance. It recognises that alcohol is a legal product while ensuring its sale and supply are managed in a way that reflects the values and expectations of our community. We have heard today about the evidence linking alcohol availability, including where it is sold, to alcohol-related harm. A local alcohol policy gives us an opportunity to respond to that evidence in a way that is practical, locally focused, and community-led. Ultimately, the benefits are straightforward. A Hamilton LAP strengthens local decision-making, amplifies community voice, and provides practical tools to help create a safer, healthier, and more vibrant city. For those reasons, I'm pleased to support the motion for option 3 and the development of a local alcohol policy for Hamilton.
Thank you, Councillor. Just before I call Councillor Corrales, although his name doesn't feature on the board, after Councillor Corrales, the Deputy Mayor is next in the speaking list, and then Councillor Strange. Councillor Corrales, please.
Thank you. The staff report states, multiple New Zealand studies show a connection with off-licence density, and alcohol-related harm, for example, police events and crashes. And this is why I found it sickening to read that bottle stores are more prevalent in high deprivation areas. To me, this speaks of an industry preying on our most vulnerable, much like the old clothing trucks used to do. I'm heartened to hear that the work will not be lost in the context of a potential amalgamation. I would like to see how we might monitor the effectiveness of any LAP as this work progresses, because I think that will be an important part of public confidence. I'm very comfortable prioritising this over other policy work, especially given the length of time this conversation has been going on for. And actually, as the public submissions went on in this conversation in the chamber with the staff, option 2 actually was becoming increasingly attractive for me. But I accept that the scope can flex if needed moving forward, so I will support the motion.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Taylor, please.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. Apologies for the extraneous noise. Feels like there's 1,000 vacuum cleaners going off outside. Look, I don't, my personal preference is that we don't do a lap. I don't have the numbers behind me today to stop it happening. My view is that the District Licensing Committee is in place to set and determine licences according to Section 105 of the Act, and it has plenty of discretion. They are already on top of bad operators, and they can control what's happening. I just want to remind us that we're committing ourselves to an estimated, well, a whole heap of staff time and work. A full lap is estimated at 960 staff hours over a 15-month period. A limited lap, which we're looking at today, is similar, according to the report. We're going into an LTP where we know we have to make fundamental changes with the organisation. That starts with OPEX. I hear a lot of talk about cutting costs. a lot of second guessing about transport projects, all sorts of projects. Here's a golden chance to make a start on that process of cutting costs. If you approve this today, you're actually going in the opposite direction. I am at least relieved to see that this lap is a limited one. The worst possible outcome would be a full lap, which takes into account our central city, which has already been incredibly well covered. There's been a lot of attention on the CBD already, and the hospital operators, many under huge stress, have worked really hard to comply. So the last thing they need is any more of this type of activity. So look, I don't support this today. On the one hand, I don't see the need for it, and on the other, I really just don't want these staff hours going into it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Strange, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. In 2015, Auckland Council instituted a LAP, and they were challenged by the Auckland supermarkets. The council spent $1 million in legal fees, and then in 2023 there was a Supreme Court decision in favour of Auckland Council. This has effectively opened the way for other councils to challenge the supermarkets. Otherwise, there's no point in doing this because the supermarkets are, as we know, incredibly well resourced. But it appears that the opportunity is there for us to make some change based on that 2023 Supreme Court decision. There is certainly a balance here in terms of businesses, in terms of supporting our businesses who are operating as a business, and then at the same time, the harm that alcohol does to our community. I definitely don't support a LAP for on-licence, and I think that it's very important that we don't creep into the on-licence space, and I acknowledge Councillor Casey Cox for making that explicit in her motion, that we are looking at off-licence here. I am happy to support option 3. I do acknowledge Councillor Taylor's points around staff time, and I think we do need to be cognizant of that as we move forward. But the reality is we do have a disproportionate amount of alcohol stores in our lower socioeconomic areas. Some could argue that's just the market delivering what the market does, but at times we do need to step in and say, look, this market potentially is a little bit dysfunctional in this area, and that appears to what we're doing today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moroney, please.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. When markets cause harm to our people, they're not markets that we need. And this is, I guess, where I start from. This, to me, is all about community safety. And what I hear far too often for my comfort level is people saying that they feel unsafe on the streets of our wonderful city. And I can't look at and hear those stories and look at that situation without recognising our responsibility as a council to do something about that. Because there are often things that happen in our city that are unsafe that we don't have the levers for. Far too many of them, in my view, are with central government, and we can't influence that. But this one we squarely have the lever for. This is our responsibility about how alcohol is sold and supplied in our community and the broader settings around that. If the district licensing committee process alone was good enough to actually protect our community from that harm, then we wouldn't be seeing the level of harm that we are. The truth is they do not have all the levers that they need to be able to do this, and I think that what we're doing today will aid and abet the work that they are doing. So I don't accept, to be really clear, no one will be surprised by this. I don't expect the premise that we should put commercial interests ahead of our community wellbeing. For me, community wellbeing is always paramount. And so I'm really pleased that we're going to make progress on this today. It has been a long time coming. And I suppose in some ways that may have played favourably for Hamilton, but it hasn't played favourably for our community. So, for example, Councillor Strange just talked about how the legislative environment has changed a bit. That stops appeals being taken time and time again over these LAPs, and so we're the beneficiary of that having moved on. But look, I can't listen to the statistics, see the harm that happens in our community, particularly when it comes to alcohol and how it fuels domestic violence. That's not acceptable to me, and I'll do everything I can to support our community in that way.
Thank you. Councillor Casey Cox in reply, if you wish to.
I don't have.
You don't need to exercise your right of reply. Well, thank you all for your very considered contributions. I think we need to go to the board, so we'll vote now, please.
The motion is carried, noting that Deputy Mayor Taylor is dissenting.
Thank you. It always looks a bit strange when somebody's online and it doesn't show up, but that is an accurate reflection of the vote. Members, I signalled earlier that I will need to leave, and I think rather than starting the next topic and only getting a short way into it, with your agreement, I'm proposing that we have an extended lunch break. So if I could ask us, please, to resume at 1:30 for the final item of business. I hope that gives you an opportunity to enjoy a nice lunch. Thank you all. 1:30, so we will resume our meeting. I do hope that those of you who were able to enjoy a lunch break took that opportunity. Some of us have spent the entire time since I saw you last on an online meeting, but a good one. So we move on now to the final item of business for today, which is the notice of motion. Ordinarily, I'd be inviting staff forward, but of course, in this instance, because it's a notice of motion, I'll hand over to Councillor Moroney to introduce the topic, and then there will be an opportunity for you to put questions to her as the mover of the motion.
Great. Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. So, look, I'll just be very brief in presenting this motion because it comes on the back of a decision made by Council on the 13th, not the 13th, the 6th of August, thank you. So the motion is simply to undo that decision to change the voting system to something that it is not now, in favour of keeping it as the current voting system, in order to then allow a referendum held in conjunction with the 2028 elections to determine by poll or referendum, I use them interchangeably, of all of the residents of Hamilton about their desire for what they want to do going forward. The rationale, the reason for bringing this notice of motion forward, and I certainly didn't do it lightly, but I was concerned with both what I saw as being criticisms of council making such a fundamental decision about democracy without seeking the views of public, and what that was doing to the trust and confidence of residents in council decision making. And secondly, some discussions that a few of you elected members had with me that indicated that you didn't feel comfortable with the process, being that the motion to change the voting system came upon us very suddenly. And so for both process reasons and for trust and confidence reasons from the voting public, I decided to move this motion to effectively stay with the status quo. So I'll probably just leave my comments to that in presenting the matter, and happy to answer any questions that I can.
Thank you, Councillor, for that introduction. And as you said, there is an opportunity now for members to ask questions of the mover if you wish to. Otherwise, we will be able to go to debate. Are there any questions? Councillor Strange, please.
I feel like I don't need the mic, but
You do for people watching.
yeah, thanks, Councillor. So, what's your understanding of the I believe it was a referendum that took place around 2010, 2011 at the election, and the outcome of that, and then also we heard from a submitter around the STV being a trial, when that was implemented. Again, I can't remember the date. So sort of those two aspects. Would you mind talking to those two?
Look, I recall the referendum, the first referendum taking place, and the result was to retain first past the post at that point. I'm not really party to more information, and that was the outcome of it. Thank you for asking the question about the trial, because that is news to me, and in fact we ran out of time to ask questions of that submitter, but I'm not aware of any council decision that STV was a trial. Perhaps councillors who were around at the time might know that that was part of the resolution and part of the decision made by council, but in terms of the information that I've seen, there was no mention in the decision of council for it to be a trial, as far as I'm aware.
Thank you.
Councillor Corrales, please.
Thank you. This is a question about the amendment. Is now the time to ask that question, or will the...
Yes, it would be helpful to have those on the screen.
So,
Yes, this is a time for questions about all aspects of this topic.
so the substantive motion and the amendment are quite similar.
No.
Oh, yeah. So can you speak to that?
Councillor Bidder's amendment first.
Oh, okay.
And Councillor MacDonald and mine is the foreshadowed amendment.
So I take it that you're really wanting to address your question to the mover of the amendment, which I think in the
Not
circumstances.
councillor Bidder's one,
The foreshadowed amendment?
Yes.
I mean, I think
is
that's
that another
appropriate.
part?
We need to tease out all aspects of this. So, well, you're welcome to put a question.
My key question, I don't mind who answers, what are the material differences between the two?
I'm happy for you both to answer if you wish to.
Look, I'm supportive of the amendment to the motion, the notice of motion that I put forward, because it's very much in line with the motion, and I don't see any fundamental differences to it. I have a question about G, and some questions around F and G, but yeah, how do we deal with this process-wise? Because the questions are not to me myself, they're to the proposers of the amendment.
So first of all, just if I can help under my role as Governor Lead, Councillor Bidder's amendment is on the table first because it is fundamentally very different because his is proposing FPP. But so we will deal with that first before the foreshadowed. The O'Leary MacDonald amendment is now a foreshadowed amendment, but I can answer Councillor Corrales your question now. There are three quite stark differences from the foreshadowed amendment and the motion. The foreshadowed amendment makes explicit that retaining the current status quo, which is STV, is not an endorsement by council of either voting system. Secondly, it asks residents' views on the electoral system to be included in the next residents' survey, with the results reported back to council. And third, it provides that in future, current community views are obtained and reported to council before any future statutory decision on the electoral system is made.
And a follow-up question to that is just in terms of residents' views on the electoral system, do you envisage that encompassing things like postal votes, in-house voting, online, or is it just limited to voting system preference?
So the foreshadowed amendment stays at a governance level and will rely on our professional staff to deal with that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So could I just ask
Yes.
a question too? Sorry, we're mixing roles up here horribly, aren't we? So a question about the foreshadowed amendment, and then a question about process as well. In G, that appears to bind a future council on something that they have statutory rights around, and I'm just trying to understand how that might work in practice.
So it doesn't bind the council, it requests the chief executive to prepare information for a future council decision. So it's not binding a council.
So I guess my question is more around that the legislation as it's currently drafted gives councils a whole range of options, including the one that council did take on the 6th, trying to get the date right. And does this preclude that from happening or not?
No.
Councillor Strange?
Yes, thank you. Yep, on the same line of questioning as Councillor Moroney, for point G there, are we, what sort of depth are we asking the CEO to go into? Because if it's a full public consultation, then I believe that's $300,000 that will need to be spent before the CEO can come back to us.
So,
on that.
So the foreshadowed amendment stays at a governance level. That's up to a very capable CEO and his team to determine what needs to be done to gather community views prior to any decision that council might make.
So it is obviously CEO's decision.
Yeah.
I understand that. It is possible it could cost $300,000.
Could also cost $3,000.
if
We're
the
not
CEO
getting into
decides
that
to-
level of detail, yeah.
Just trying to understand what it could cost in terms
Yeah.
of breadth. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Mead.
Just a question, clarification of Councillor Angela. Angela, on the amendment going in there, will the CE, or is this motion, allow the staff to look at things like the polling of voting, the way the voting's done, the mail system, all that? Will that be part of what we're looking at when we go to the public as well?
I mean, again, I'll repeat that would be up to our professional staff to determine. However, we are looking at a statutory requirement, so the views around where are the words? What do we call it? Electoral system would be, I mean, they would be seeking views around an electoral system, not going quite into the level of detail of where do you post your papers and would you rather have online voting. But again, it's wide enough for staff to determine what would be helpful.
And possibly with some input from the elected members too, or not?
Again, that's up to the Chief Executive. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Casey Cox.
Thank you. Just a question in regards to the foreshadowed amendment, but more for staff. Just in terms of the resident survey, my question is, like, what level of community education can accompany things like that? Is it, can it be relatively extensive, or how does it? Because I'm just wondering about the value of the questions if they don't have education alongside, that's all.
So the resident survey is a representative sample.
Yeah.
So it's by invitation only. What we do with the results of that survey is up to us, so we can communicate widely with the community on the findings.
Yeah, I was more, because there's obviously, well, one of the submitters that we had, I think it was Priya Karain from the university, just discussed in her submission around the need for quite comprehensive education before we asking these questions because people's knowledge. So I just wondered if the survey has that capacity to have education alongside questions.
The survey, this is my understanding, can explain the two systems.
Yeah.
But I would keep it quite brief.
It'll be quite brief?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, well, just thank you, that's helpful. And then just a question to the amendment, on the amendment, Andrew, Councillor Andrew. So just help me understand. So this would look, if the community initiated a petition, we could then provide the resourcing for them to be able to get the numbers that are required. And then that petition would lead to a poll, which would cost 390,000. Is that right? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Strange again.
Thank you. Sorry, just on the, just following up a bit more on the resident survey. So what does a resident survey involve? Is it email based? Oh, sorry, is it online based? And what's the general response like in terms of numbers? Just generally speaking, hundreds, thousands, in terms of that response.
This is really testing me. I believe it's a combination of phone and email. I'm going to have to check this.
I know that's okay.
And
just at a high level.
around about 1,000 responses.
Okay.
That is then some statistical magic is done to it to make it a representative sample of the community, which I think reduces the overall number of responses that are included.
Right, yes. And
Sorry, could I just interrupt here because from a procedural point of view, this is a notice of motion, so it's not really appropriate for us to be putting questions to staff. Could we please keep the questions to the movers of the substantive and a motion and amendment, please? No offence, but we just need to operate within our standing orders.
But it is random. It is random on the resident surveys, so
Yes.
via email or phone, but it is a random selection, so it is representative, statistically representative.
Okay, yep, all right, thanks.
It's not an opt-in.
Councillor Moroney?
My question is about process, which I think probably is to staff. Is that appropriate?
We're going to have to make a ruling as to how it should be dealt with.
So just trying to understand the order in which, with a foreshadowed motion, is that what it's called, or a foreshadowed amendment? A foreshadowed amendment. Could you just walk us through the order in which we would consider these, please?
Given that this is not asking for a staff opinion, it's a procedural matter, it's appropriate for Amy to answer that.
Thank you.
Okay. So what we will be starting with is the motion to revoke. We will only move to those other ones, the motion for consideration, the amendment and the foreshadowed amendment, should that be passed. Sorry, a decision to revoke first, and then we'll go to the actual ones. And then we have our motion, our amendment, and our foreshadowed amendment, okay? So the first thing that we vote on, and I know this seems very all over the place, it's a lovely process.
So I asked the question.
Is the amendment. Now, the amendment is being put up by Councillor Andrew, so that is the change, reaffirming the FPP and the extra steps.
So we'll have the debate, and then, depending on how many different times we need to vote, I will ask Amy just to make crystal clear again at each point what it is we're voting at that time, because it can be confusing, and I don't want anyone to be left in a position of thinking, well, actually, that's not what I thought I was voting on. Are there any further questions to either the mover of the substantive motion or the amendment? Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you. Mayor McIntyre, I just have one question for clarification. Councillor Bidder, the 30,000, is that intended to be spent if and when we get a demand for a poll, or to educate the community that there's an opportunity for a demand for the poll?
If some people come forward and say they want to start a petition, then we should resource them to do it properly.
Right, I understand. Cool, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, then we will move now into debate. I'd ask you please to ensure that your comments both reflect the notice of motion and the amendments as proposed, so everything all in one debate. And then again, I will ask Amy to make very clear how we are voting at the conclusion of the debate. As the mover of the motion, I invite Councillor Moroney to start.
Thank you, Mayor McIntyre. We all want to lift voter turnout, but we do have some different ideas about how we can do that. And the ideas are broad and ranging, and they all should be considered. In my view, trust and confidence in council is a primary motivator for people turning out to vote. And that's why I became so concerned when I saw the fallout from the decision of the 6th of August, which effectively meant that the council, or the majority of councillors, had made a decision to change the voting system and then ask voters afterwards, ask the voting public afterwards. That's fundamentally a different proposition from thinking that voters might want to change, keeping the status quo until we know that they want to change. There's a fundamentally different proposition to changing something that a mandated process had been used to determine that voters wanted to change to STV 6 years earlier. And I think that point may have been lost at the interim. Look, it wasn't lost on me that in the same week that we had this debate, we had the Prime Minister talking about having a referendum on MMP. And there was a lot of public outcry about that, but can you imagine the public outcry that would have happened if the Prime Minister had said, I want to change away from MMP, I'm going to have a referendum, but I'm going to change to first past the post first. Can you imagine, even around this table, how outraged we would be? That's the level of outrage, and that's why we saw the outrage from people across the board, whether they agree with first past the post or STV. I want to reiterate again, as I did in my debate speech last week, or the week before now, that I actually have a very open mind on First Past the Post or STV. What I'm really clear about, it is not the decision of elected members to make without knowing what the public preference is, and that's why I've brought this notice of motion forward. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Mead, please.
Mayor, I'm finding myself really torn on this matter. Only recently, Council made a democratic decision on the electoral system after debate and discussion. I continue to believe that decisions of Council should be respected even when they're closely contested, and I remain cautious about repeatedly revisiting matters that have already been determined. At the same time, I find I can separate the outcome of a decision from the process by which we discuss and consider important issues. While I respect the previous resolution, I also respect the motion that's been brought forward, because I believe it gives us an opportunity for a fuller and more complete discussion on a matter that is important to our community. Over recent weeks, I've received a vast number of emails, messages and conversations from members of the public. What has stood out to me has come from both sides of the debate. I've heard passionate, well-reasoned arguments from those who support STV and equally thoughtful those who support FFP. This tells me it's not a simple issue, and it's certainly not one where the community is speaking with a single voice. The process that arrived at our previous decision followed a very long day with a significant amount of information, discussions and differing perspectives before us. I believe an issue as important as how we elect our representatives deserves every opportunity for full consideration and open debate. Supporting this motion is not for me about disregarding democratic decisions, and not supporting is the same thing. Rather, it's about ensuring that the discussion is complete, that all of the viewpoints are properly heard and the elected members have confidence they've fully explored both systems. I've also spoken about the transparency, and for me transparency begins with communication, and we need to communicate with our public as much as we communicate with each other. The more open and thorough our discussion, the greater the confidence in our community, and ultimately the community will have another opportunity to consider these matters. Between now and then, I think we should be striving to ensure the conversation is well-informed, accessible and inclusive of all views.
Thank you. The next, we'll go online to the Deputy Mayor, please. Point of order, yes.
Can I just clarify, the foreshadowed amendment isn't actually on the table yet, so we can't be debating it until it's actually on the table.
Has it not been moved and seconded?
No, you can't foreshadow, you can't move and second a foreshadowed amendment until the previous amendments have been disposed of, so.
Yeah, it's one of those.
Right.
I'm just.
All right. No, that's a fair point, and probably needs to be upheld from the point of view of debating it.
We'll first be debating the revocation motion and then the.
Are you saying we will need to have separate debates? Is that your understanding as well?
Whilst you can do one debate, you also, there is an outline within the standing orders.
I mean, I'll accept your ruling, but.
We do obviously have to uphold standing orders.
Yeah, those of us that are advocating for the foreshadowed amendment, I just feel it's not as fair to those that are advocating for the amendment, that's all.
Yeah, well, I don't want to stray away from standing orders, so it just means we will have a longer meeting, but that in itself isn't a problem. We need to do justice to the issues, so therefore we are confining our topics in this debate. I appreciate the fact that the mover of the motion has already spoken, as has Councillor Mead, but we will need therefore to focus now on the revocation motion, and then depending on the outcome of that, we will have to. I mean, it may not be necessary for everybody to contribute again, but I appreciate the point, and I'll uphold the point of order. We're speaking, therefore, on the revocation motion. I hope that was clear to the Deputy Mayor, who's following from some distance away, and I invite him now to speak.
My apologies, Mayor McIndoe. I didn't want to speak before the mover of the amendment, and I couldn't see the board.
Right.
He really should be speaking before me. So do you mind if I withdraw?
Yes, I will allow you to withdraw and still to have the option at the later time. So we move now to Councillor Bidder.
clarity, this is just on the revocation.
Yes.
We're
Yep.
going to slow it right down.
Yep,
Let's just
okay.
focus on the revocation
Yep.
only.
Righto. Thank you, Mayor. So the revocation is a revocation of FPP, which will lead on to an option for STV to be put forward. So I'm not going to claim a mandate. I didn't vote FPP to be democratic. I did it because STV has never been viable. Do any of you actually know how STV works? It is set out in the Local Electoral Act 2001, which you haven't read. Section 5B. When you do look, you will see the reference to Schedule 1, which had the maths. Except if you look at Circle C on the handout, Schedule 1 got repealed in 2004. There is no maths in the legislation anymore. It is now buried inside a computer program in the Department of Internal Affairs that none of us can access. Can you explain the Droop quota formula where Q equals V over open bracket S plus 1 close brackets plus 1? That's vital to the whole process. Can you explain the surplus transfer value, which is the inverse of the retention factor? Look at Circle A. Councillor Mesh, you got 1,919.495 votes. Councillor Emma, you got 1,842.4108 votes. How is it possible to get 0.4108 of a vote? Who was that? What happened to the rest of them? Can you explain the iterations in Circle B, which meant Councillor Rachel needed a minimum of 2,610 votes to get elected at iteration 15, but Councillor Sue needed 160 fewer votes at iteration 25? Is that really fair? Who did you vote for? You probably ranked yourself as number 1, but you did not get your whole vote. A fraction of it was transferred to someone else, depending on a complex process, so you cannot be sure who you actually voted for. Do not vote for a system you do not understand.
Thank you, Councillor. Given that there are no other speakers online, and given that we will be speaking again, I'll just keep a couple of comments very brief. That I do want to acknowledge the passionate views that have been expressed on both sides, and I think there's a lot of validity to both of them. Everybody seems to acknowledge that point. But since we're talking about polls and what is democratic, I want to honour commitments that I have made to the electors of Hamilton twice now, in a by-election that I stood for in February of 2024 and in last year's mayoral campaign. On both occasions when this issue was raised, and I grant you that it wasn't the most important issue upon which people voted, but on both occasions I made it very clear that I was an opponent of STV, not because I don't value some of its advantages. There are some advantages to STV, but because it is an extraordinarily complex voting system. And I have to say that when I raised this topic, or when I was asked about it, I felt that the overwhelming expression of support was go for the simplest electoral system possible to maximise participation. And after all, elections should be all about maximising participation. And given that I have publicly expressed that view on a number of occasions during 2 election campaigns and been successful both times, and I don't say that to be boastful, that's just a statement of fact, I will honour the commitment that I made to the electorate on both of those occasions. We now have Councillor Thompson is online. Thank you.
Sorry.
No, sorry, no.
It's all disappeared.
No. Councillor, I'm sorry, it's confusing. We're not seeing hands going up on the screen, but Councillor Maria, were you wishing to speak in this? At this point? There will be another opportunity. No?
I'll take the next opportunity.
Take the next opportunity. So, we have to have an option. This is the revocation motion. That's been moved by Councillor Moroney, therefore I'll come to her for her right of reply.
What was going to happen next. Look, seeing as we are just now talking about the revocation, I would just reiterate for members that my concern is not around FPP or STV. My concern is around whether we ought to be making the decision to change rather than stay with the status quo as the elected members who are the recipients of the voting system, rather than asking the public. So I remain committed to revoking the decision and then working out what we replace it with next, because that's what the process is that we're in. And just remind members that changing to a new or a different system than the current one we had in place without seeking a mandate from the public first is different from keeping with the status quo until we learn anything different from the voting public. Look, on the issue of what people have said to us over the course of the election, I've been concerned about this for a little while around this table, that we really run the risk of thinking that we have a mandate from what is in fact our own echo chamber. If we talk about the people who we've talked to, people I talked to who turned up to candidate meetings, that type of thing as being the direction and a mandate for making decisions around this table. Because as we know, the people who turn up to candidate meetings unfortunately are well in the minority in this city. And I think that we've seen from what has come forward from our community in the last 13 days, we've seen a range of opinions about which is the best system. I'm simply asking for that decision to be revoked so that we can put that formally to the entire public via a referendum, so that they can get to determine with all of the information that they have put in front of them about what system they want.
Thank you. So I'll just ask Amy again to be very, very clear about what we are voting on now, and depending on the outcome of this, we may need to move into a further debate on a separate motion.
So for absolute clarity, what is on your screen is the seeking to revoke the decision that was made at the 6th of August Council meeting, and that is all that we're voting on at this moment.
Correct. So should you wish to revoke the motion on the 6th of August, please vote for. If you do not wish to revoke it, please vote against now on the board.
The motion is carried, 11-4, 4 against.
So at this point, with that outcome...
Now we're going to move to our next round of debate. What we're debating, let me just share that screen again, that will be helpful.
Thank you.
Okay, so the motion right now is from Councillor Sue, and then we have the amendment from Councillor Andrew. And those are the only two that we're going to debate at this moment, because dependent on their decision, then we will have a further debate. Okay.
So again, the motion is in the name of Councillor Moroney. She will therefore lead off the debate, yes, and I invite her to do so.
So 13 days ago, the council made one course of action, and as a result of the vote that we've just taken now, that decision is revoked and up for consideration about what, if anything, we replace it with. What I would like to see it replaced with, and what my motion says, and thank you for the support of Councillor Nihar in seconding this notice of motion, is that we stay with the status quo as a council. That current system happens to be STV, but we stay with the status quo until we can hold a cost-effective poll and referendum of our voters and residents for them to decide whether they wish to continue going forward with STV or first past the post. Look, there's nothing, I don't think, controversial about that. It's actually really standard and, in fact, best practice that in any organisation, if you are looking to make a substantial change and you but you want to know for those who are going to be affected what their views are of that substantial change, you wait until you get their views before you make the change. You don't make the change first and then seek their views. Because I think what that does is it does undermine the trust and confidence that electors have in this council if we choose that path. How many times have you heard that people don't get involved in our consultations because they think their voice won't be listened to? And if we continue to demonstrate that as a council, then we are buying into undermining our own trust and confidence. One of the things that I've been really impressed with this council was our collective desire to build trust and confidence in the Hamilton City Council and its processes. And so I think one of the best ways that we can do that is undertake good governance. In this instance, good governance is stay with the status quo until you get an instruction otherwise from the very people who should be making that decision, and that is the voting public.
Thank you. Councillor Bitter.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. I raised the amendment because I listened to people in the public forum this morning from both sides. This issue is divisive between two small groups of vocal people. We have heard them, but we haven't heard from the silent majority. My amendment allows the vocal groups to find out if the silent majority supports them, because under the law, the council doesn't have the time, but the public has a longer time frame for a referendum. I'm proposing that we do it properly with council resources to give the public a real chance to do this for the next election, because every election is important. The move for STV 6 years ago was under a law for 6 years. It was never meant for the next election. The motion is a subversion of the democratic process. If we need a referendum, let's have it.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Councillor Niha, and then we'll go online to Councillor Huata and come back to Councillor Mead.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. As the seconder of the notice of motion, and tēnā koe, Whaia Sue, for your support as well in this motion, I've been heartened by the strong public response we've received in recent weeks. The feedback from our community has been overwhelming and, importantly, remarkably consistent in supporting the retention of our single transferable vote system. I'd like to share just a few comments that reflect the strength of feeling on this issue. One resident wrote, "Last week my trust was let down in a way that is probably irrevocable. I feel that with this decision, councillors are playing fast and loose with the principles of democracy." Another commented, "This particular change to the local voting system was not a visible motion to many councillors, so carries very limited mandate." Others have raised concerns not just about the proposal itself, but about the process that led to it. One submitter described this motion as a good course correction, saying that a decision which would reshape local democracy should not have been made in such haste and without first hearing from the community. Many residents have also questioned why so much time and energy is being spent on this issue when Hamilton faces a range of significant challenges that deserve our focus. These comments represent only a small sample of the feedback received, but they convey a clear and consistent message. Our community expects transparency, meaningful consultation, and confidence that decisions affecting local democracy are made openly and with public input. At its heart, this is not necessarily about FPP or STV, it's about process. It's about ensuring the community has a voice in decisions that directly affect how they elect their representatives. A change to our electoral system should be driven by the community, not by councillors alone. For those reasons, and in support of the views clearly expressed by our community, I'm proud to support this notice of motion today. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. And now we go online to Councillor Huata, please.
As a responsible human and a responsible adult, you should be able to admit when you are wrong. And on the 6th of August, I made a wrong decision. So thank you, Councillor Moroney, for giving me and us the opportunity to revisit that decision. And I hastily made a decision based on my own opinions and those experiences of the young voters that I had engaged leading up to elections in terms of the confusion around STV. So to echo those views around, it's not about STV or FPP. It's about allowing the public to have a say on a crucial part of democracy, and that is our voting system, which is why I support the revocation, which we've already passed, as well as this motion. Kia ora.
Thank you. After Councillor Mead, we'll hear from the Deputy Mayor online and then back to Councillor Corrales.
Thank you, Mayor. The reality is, whichever way this vote goes, there's going to be councillors in our community and people in our community who are going to be disappointed. Having read a vast number of emails and messages, I know there are strongly held views on both sides of this debate. Today, I don't think there are any real winners. Instead, we have a council trying to navigate a difficult and diverse issue where reasonable people can reach different conclusions. Whatever decision is made, some members of our community will feel their preferred outcome has not been achieved. Our responsibility is not to find a result that pleases everyone, because that is unlikely to be possible, but to ensure the decision is made thoughtfully, transparently, and with respect for all views that have been put before us. At times it feels like the council's caught in the middle of competing expectations from the community. However, our role is to listen carefully, weigh the evidence, and make the best decision we can based on the information that's available to us. I sit here and think this isn't about winners and losers, because whatever we decide, we're both winners and losers. It's about ensuring the process is fair, the debate is respectful, and the community can have confidence that all perspectives have been generally considered. So whichever way we vote today, there's going to be disappointed people. There isn't a winner today, only a council trying to do its best. And that's what we must do.
Thank you. The Deputy Mayor, please.
Sorry, just navigate. Yeah, look, I support Councillor Bitter's amendment because it gives, I think, STV supporters a chance to show that if there is actually widespread support for them, then they can enlist that and generate a poll. Look, we've endured STV for 6 years. As a council, we're trapped in a statutory timeframe, which would have doomed us to another election under STV. And my decision was based on what I believe most residents want. We've seen STV in action twice now, and both times, despite being talked up by the proponents, I think it's been a failure, and I think it's done plenty of damage to trust and confidence all on its own, quite frankly. We as a council were perfectly entitled to make the decision we made, and I think, you know, there's been a fair degree of righteous indignation going on here through some glorious echo chambers of their own, and that's fine. They're perfectly entitled to do that, but I'm also entitled to see it for what it is. And my sense is that a loud minority are pushing this, and I prefer to make judgments on the hundreds, if not thousands, of contacts I've had with residents who have told me repeatedly they don't understand STV and they don't trust it. And if the proponents of STV are prepared to make their case to a wider audience and get wider support, as I challenge them to, we will help them. It's a great opportunity for them. We will help them to get a poll organised and put it to the wider public. But in the meantime, I'm perfectly happy with FPP. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Corrales, please.
Thank you. Since the decision we've just revoked was made, I have listened to all of the feedback. I listened to the submissions this morning. I read all of the correspondence. I've engaged in respectful exchange of ideas. And at the end of all that, nothing has changed for me. All that the subsequent feedback has solidified for me is that the community should be consulted before a decision to change is made, not after. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Strange, please. Although I can't show up on the board, I will be speaking before you, Councillor Liu. I've got my name down. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor Tim. Yeah, look, this is a difficult one. I don't have faith in STV. Similar to what Councillor Bitter was saying, we're putting everything on a computer. We're putting huge faith on a computer. It's just incredibly worrying for me that we're putting everything into a computer algorithm. I'm confident that the silent majority prefer FPP. We saw that a number of years ago when we had a referendum. I believe if there was a referendum, highly likely we'd have 3/4 of the public preferring FPP. I personally prefer FPP. The other complication with this, though, is that we're highly likely to have an amalgamated council in 2028. Everyone else in the region uses FPP, we use STV. That will need to be part of the discussion. Most likely it would be FPP under an amalgamated council, but that's hypothetical, so that's difficult. STV is something that is generally pushed by certain groups, particularly political parties, so the likes of Wellington Council, where you have political party candidates. They push STV because it certainly supports political parties. It's almost impossible to get onto Wellington Council as an independent, and I hope that parties don't come into our council. I think independent is a good way. However, with saying all that, we do have the challenge ahead of us of we haven't heard from the public. So Sue Moroney is quite convincing in her comments around needing to hear from the public. If we can go to the next election and have a referendum on this, then that would give me a bit more confidence than just changing it.
Thank you. Could I just acknowledge, I think it's a very thoughtful debate. There are very compelling arguments on both sides of this debate, but I've already indicated that I intend to honour the commitment that I've made during 2 election campaigns. I do acknowledge those who submitted in the public forum this morning. I have to say my main concern is to ensure that a huge sum of ratepayer money is not wasted on an exercise that could be completely academic, as Councillor Strange has just indicated, and I absolutely endorse his comments. It would be utterly irrelevant in the wider context of amalgamation. To be honest, I think we all agree that this is a crazy time to be considering any representation review type matters. I was intrigued by Mr. Krieger's presentation this morning, in which he spoke of a referendum that had been conducted, albeit about 15 years ago now, that had attracted well over 20,000 responses, which to my mind, even though it's some time ago, is much more compelling than a survey conducted by council that can't even get 1,000 responses. I think we have to be cognizant of the fact that when a small number contribute, you can be getting a distortion of those who are activists on a topic, not necessarily a truly representative view. I made the point when we had this debate a couple of weeks ago that my main concern is to ensure that we have a system that is as simple to understand as possible, because I believe that that's how you maximise voter turnout. And last week I was speaking at a retirement village, and when I arrived, the manager said, "Thank you so much for the vote you made the other day to return to first past the post." I didn't think that that topic would be raised. She volunteered the information. And I said, "Why is that?" And she said, "Because at the last election I had so many of our residents here," and these are people independently living in a retirement village, they're not needing any particular help, but they were coming to her saying, "We just cannot understand this complex voting system." And she said, "I helped as many as I could, but quite a few gave up halfway through saying this is too hard," and they didn't bother to vote. And we have to try to avoid that outcome. So, as I've said, I intend to honour the commitment that I've made on the campaign. I don't think it's about talking to people in an echo chamber. When you look at how people vote, ultimately, that is the best poll you can have. But thank you. It's been a thoughtful debate. Councillor Liu, please.
Thank you, Mayor. It is a difficult one. It was just, 13 days ago, it took me so long to press that button. However, the council voted to go back to FPP 13 days ago, and I do not have any significant evidence to change my view. We have tried STV for 2 elections, and during last year's campaign, I repeatedly heard from residents, especially senior residents, that they found STV is confusing and want to go back to FPP. And my vote 13 days ago reflects that I listened to the public. I understand the argument that STV may be considered a more representative system, But to me, a voting system can only be truly fair if ordinary voters can easily understand it and use it. I also respect 2020 consultation, but only 928 people responded. That doesn't necessarily tell us what the whole city thinks today. Some people say that we should maintain status quo, but STV has been a recent change, and we used FPP over the last 100 years. To me, that is status quo. This amendment also preserves the public's rights to demand a poll if enough Hamiltonians believe council has made a wrong decision and there is a democratic process available. At the end of the day, it is just a voting system, and we have many and much more challenges, serious challenges ahead of us for us to spend our time and energy and effort on. We made this decision less than 2 weeks ago. Unless there's a significant new information, I do not believe we should keep spending council's time revisiting the same decision. I support retaining FPP, and I support Councillor Peters' amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. I think Councillor Rachel put it extremely well. Essentially, this is about ensuring we actually consult in one form or another before making a new decision on our electoral system. And I think that it's unfortunate that we've ended up in a situation where timing of the report meant that that was not going out for a cost-effective consultation was not an option before making any decision. So the next best thing is to just retain the status quo and go to the public with a poll in the election time when it will be most cost-effective. There are other issues beyond the lack of consultation, including the risk that we changed to first past the post for one election, we actually end up with a result which says to go back to STV, and we end up causing more confusion for the public by stopping and changing things unnecessarily. The other thing is to save the public to collect 6,000 signatures, which have to be verified. We know how hard it is to just get a petition together. And so to put that onto the public is an extraordinary task. And then if we're actually serious about them achieving that, we're looking at over 300,000 to actually hold a poll before the next election. What are we doing setting ourselves up to spend that kind of money when we're also at the same time facing uncertainty around reform? So for me, it's very simple. Let's just hold tight, wait until we can have clear public voice on this matter.
Thank you. Councillor Casey Cox, please.
Thank you. I think I agree with Councillor Rachel's short debate around that this warrants consultation. So definitely agree with the motion. And one of the submitters who said that public confidence and trust is at an all-time low. So decisions made this way certainly don't help, and I agree with that. And just in terms of STV, just because people have debated one way or the other, which is actually not really what this is about in my mind, but for STV, I think, and for anything really, understanding the basics is good, but not as good as understanding all of it. But if there are advantages that outweigh the complexities, then we have to live with the complexities. And as Einstein says, make things as simple as possible, but no simpler. So that's what I would say about STV. Yes, there's complexities, but are they worth something? And that's what I would like to explore should we consult. Thank you.
Thank you. So no further speakers. That being the case, Councillor Moroney is getting a considerable bite at this particular cherry, but as the mover of the motion, I now invite her to deliver her right of reply.
McIndoe. First of all, can I thank everyone who's made a submission on this issue in a very, very short period of time. I think all the submissions were very well thought through. They talked about the issue about whether STV is the cause of voter apathy or not, and I think that all of us, when we read that information, can see that you cannot blame voter apathy on one particular system, and that there is plenty of evidence that suggests that lots of places that use STV actually have lifts in their vote. And certainly there was a drop when we first used STV, but you can see that at the last election it's starting to track back up again, and that's what we would want to see. I want to thank the councillors who supported the notice of motion, because without the support of at least 5 other councillors for the notice of motion, sorry, another 4, then we wouldn't be having this debate today. And I do think it is an important vote for us, debate for us to be having. It is not wasting time. We were meeting today anyway. Yes, our meeting is going to go on a little longer, but that's for us. It doesn't affect anyone else. So I particularly want to thank Councillor Niha for seconding the motion, Councillors Casey Cox, Thompson, Huata and Mead for signing the notice of motion so that we could have the opportunity to revoke as we just did. Because if councillors hadn't supported that course of action, then we would just have had to charge on and try and get through this the best that we could, knowing that we had just demonstrated by majority vote to our residents that we will change their system without having them have a say over that, or without even any notice. So I do come back to that. I think it was poor governance process to have such a substantial change come up after the item had actually been introduced. There was no notice that there was going to be a motion voted on to change the voting system until we started discussing the item, and that was wrong.
Thank you. So that concludes the debate. I'm going to ask Amy now to clarify exactly what we're about to vote on and what would follow. But we need to know.
We might just stick with what we're going to vote on
we'll
first,
vote
and
on,
then we'll...
But I guess what I'm saying is that this doesn't necessarily bring the matter to an end. So if Amy could clarify what we're voting on now, please.
So for absolute clarity, what is on your screens and what you are voting for is whether you are in favour of the amendment, the change to first past the post, and the additional support should there be a demand for a poll that has been put forth by Councillor Bidder and Deputy Mayor Taylor.
So we will go to the board. We are voting on the Bidder-Taylor amendment that would essentially affirm the decision to remain with first past the post.
The amendment is lost, 4 for, 10 against.
Thank you. So if you could clarify what happens next.
Leave it again, sorry. I was adding and looking down at the same time. Okay, so we're now going to move to the foreshadowed amendment, and there's another opportunity to debate. This time the debating is whether you want the foreshadowed amendment, which is from Councillor O'Leary, or the original notice of motion that is from Councillor Maroney.
Right. Well then, as the mover of the motion, the amendment, I now invite...
It's still back to the motion.
Really?
Yeah.
Even though it's an amendment?
Still the same order thing. So Councillor Sue gets another one. And a right reply.
Councillor Maroney.
Thank you. And I will actually take the opportunity to speak to the amendment, which I completely agree with the spirit of. I think it's very similar to the motion that I've put forward, as I think it's been really clear in the debates both 13 days ago and again today, that a decision to retain the current voting system is not a decision by this council to favour STV over first past the post. It's simply a vote to retain the status quo until we find out by the most cost-effective poll possible of what the voters actually want to do, and that is by holding the vote at the next election, the poll at the next election, rather than having a poll that is conducted before then at substantial cost to the ratepayer. So I think I've talked about the rationale behind that. I am not entirely convinced around the need to. I'd like the residents the residents survey idea to be pursued, but not on the question of STV and first past the post, because I don't know why we would do that and what benefit it would offer us that a full referendum wouldn't offer us at a later date. What I do think has real merit is using the resident survey to find out about people's voting process preferences around what do people think about the postal voting system? Would they rather go to a poll on the day? What about online voting? What is it that would help voters to participate more in our elections? I'm vitally interested in finding that out, so I'd want to see that in that survey. I'm unsure about whether we can actually bind a future council to things that I believe they have a range of options over by statute, as we exercised as well as per G of that amendment. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Pike, please.
Yeah, the mover.
I just didn't put my name up because I assumed the process would begin.
I apologise. Then we'll call Councillor O'Leary.
It's been a long day and you haven't had lunch.
No, I have not.
Look, I supported the decision last week to move to FPP, and on reflection, I don't think we should have changed our electoral system without having our community views in front of us, and I'm very comfortable to acknowledge that. But I'm also not here today to argue that STV is better than FPP or vice versa. That's why the amendment is very deliberate. It retains the status quo and it makes it clear that that council is not endorsing either system. It leaves that decision and that choice for Hamilton electors in the poll in 2028. But I think something really important here is being left on the table if all we do today is reverse the decision. From what I've heard of public reaction, it wasn't simply about we want STV, it was you didn't ask us. So simply reversing the decision today responds to that reaction, but it doesn't actually answer the criticism. And I've heard in debate today, just now on the previous amendment, from nearly everyone how important engagement and consultation is. Yet the motion is saying, we'll ask you, but we'll ask you in 2028. We would still leave here not knowing what the wider Hamilton community thinks. We've already got a resident survey, and it's a really important opportunity for us to find out how they think. And many of the questions, which is why the amendment didn't go into detail, and we stayed at a governance level that Councillor Moroney has raised, could and may be asked. That's up to the staff. We're not proposing an expensive consultation exercise. We're staying at a governance level. Our most recent resident survey already shows a very, very large gap between council decision-making and residents' sense of influence, transparency and engagement. I genuinely think that what we don't know will be filled with a resident survey, and that's exactly why we should ask now. I personally have a preference for FPP, but that's not what this is about. The amendment corrects the process, obtains the information that we didn't have going into the decision, and helps ensure that we don't repeat the same mistake, and ultimately leaves it up to the Hamilton electors. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Pike, please.
Yeah, I've actually been a bit disappointed about how things have unfolded in the past week. While I appreciate there's been frustration in the process, which has been shared by both council and community, I believe there's been some real unfair comments, and I think that has been in part because some important context has been missing in how we've landed in this situation. It's been extremely frustrating for me that central government have ignored our calls as a local government sector to address these types of legislated requirements that will be affected by the reforms. I'm not alone in this frustration, since our decision, Waipa and Waikato have also made these decisions. In the recent Waikato Times article, neighbouring councils noted their unease spending money and time on decisions for future elections for councils that may not exist. Mayor Axel said this is another misalignment, and Mayor Toby of Hauraki, who I won't quote directly to keep it clean, but basically felt government had the tools to make these decisions but have chosen not to. So that was a major factor in my making my decision previously and remains so today. Upon reflection, after hearing the concerns and many submissions in the public, I believe the amendment gives a better pathway forward that acknowledges the reform and time pressures but allows for more informed views along the way. It does not say STV is better, it does not say FPP is better, and it does not pretend that anyone has a fresh mandate from Hamiltonians on what they want, because either way we haven't asked them, and either way we will disappoint someone. So once again, for me, this is a practical decision that allows for some input in the interim. But ultimately, my main message is the same, that we need to continue to call to central government to address these legislations, because we can see these issues matter to our community, and leaving councils across the country in the lurch, having to tie up loose ends, is not right. So I'll support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Mead, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Fully support what Councillor Pike's just said, that let the rubbish start from the community to us no matter what decision we make. For me, it's not about where I sit, it's about where our community sits. And for me, I think we've got to ask the community. How we do that, I hope it's not to $300,000, but I think the best option at the moment is to sit with the amendment, discuss it and deliver it to the community in 28 elections, and then from there let them decide where we're going to go to from here. It's not the easiest place any council has been in for the last 15 days. It's probably the most unpleasant place we've been in since we got elected. And I hope that as a council we can climb over this and get on with tomorrow now that we've left today behind.
Thank you, and with apologies to Councillor Strange, again, I can't put myself on the board, but I did intend to speak at this point. Given my disappointment with the previous decision, I intend now to support the O'Leary-McDonald amendment on the basis that my main concern is to ensure that we do not waste money on an exercise that could be completely irrelevant, and therefore by ensuring that we invite our voters, if we have an election in Hamilton City Council in 2028, that we invite them to cast their verdict at that point. That is pragmatic. As I say, I'm absolutely determined not to waste any money on this, and would ask the Chief Executive and staff to be mindful of the fact I don't think any of us do want that money wasted. And I also acknowledge the fact that in the O'Leary-McDonald amendment, we are ultimately putting this decision in the hands of the voters at a pragmatic early opportunity. So I will support the amendment. Councillor Strange, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. I also speak in support of the amendment. Section, where are we? Section C of the amendment talks about a poll. I assume that means a referendum, effectively same thing, yep. On the electoral system, which is exactly the same as what Councillor Moroney was saying. So I support that. The second part of it is when we look at the resident survey, so point F, request the Chief Executive to include questions in Hamilton's resident survey. I think that's important because, as I said before, I do believe we are going to be an amalgamated council in 2028. Now, as discussions take place on what that amalgamated council looks like, we will need to feed into that discussion our residents' view on STV or FPP. Now, that resident survey will likely be very important as we feed in their view. I know it's still only going to be a sample, it's not going to be a full referendum, but it will be useful. So I think it is important to do that survey based on the likelihood that we will be an amalgamated council. Otherwise, if we don't do that survey, then it may be a case of the majority rules, and FPP would simply come in, because the majority, all the councils around us use FPP. So that gives an opportunity for us to hear from the public around their view that we can feed into those amalgamation discussions. The next point is G, requesting the Chief Executive to ensure current community views are obtained. If practicable, I would encourage, if we're not an amalgamated council, for the CEO to obtain those views through the referendum, effectively the poll in point C, and then communicate to us after the election, rather than do a separate $390,000 survey before the election.
Thank you. Councillor Casey Cox, please.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm happy to support the foreshadowed amendment. And like Councillor Strange, I'm supportive of, you know, the further consultation through the resident survey and getting those views. I guess one of the things that I think is that if you were to ask me which voting system I would prefer today, I would not be able to give you an answer. And that's because I still have questions. And I think that a lot of our community still has questions around which one and why. And that's why I did raise the issue around community education, because I do think it's a really important aspect of this conversation. And as one of the submitters said today, it's actually the direction that worldwide electoral systems are heading in. So that makes me think there is something in this direction that we need to be really mindful of and understand more about. So community education for me is really fundamental in all of this, and if the resident survey can enable that and help that conversation to develop and enrich our decision making, then I'm very supportive of it. And I do think in the first instance, Councillor Sue Niha and Niha for their for bringing this so we could have this conversation again and recognise the importance of consultation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, please.
Thank you, Meta. I will also happily support the amendment. That is my debate.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. One thing I've heard clearly is that people want to help shape which electoral system Hamilton uses. How representative that voice is unsubstantiated, however, I've onboarded the essence of the message. The amendment I have seconded responds to that. It puts the choice of voting system to Hamilton voters by poll at the next election. Importantly, the foreshadowed amendment explicitly states a holding position, not an expression of council preference for STV or FPP. Despite our recent backstop vote, Hamilton's been drawn into a live Head Start proposal. The resident survey uses an existing resource to obtain representative understanding of current community views to inform those conversations as reform develops. What troubles me is that today's situation was avoidable. A standalone poll costs close to $400,000. Compared with a $30,000 poll, if that is done alongside an election. Had the question been included in the 2025 election, we could have had that evidence when we were required to decide. This was a foreseeable decision with a known statutory deadline. So the last part of the foreshadowed amendment safeguards against that happening again. It requires current community views to be obtained and reported to us before making the statutory decision in future. It creates a standing expectation that the organisation takes measures to ensure we're not in this position again. So in addition to giving over to the community the choice of the voting system, this amendment does two things. It gives us better information now, using a resource we already have, and it makes sure a future council has better information before it has to make this decision. I think both are worth safeguarding. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Huata, please.
This meeting has gone a lot longer than I thought it would, but what it indicates is that we take this decision seriously and want to ensure that we address process appropriately. So I will be supporting the foreshadowed amendment by Councillor O'Leary, supported by Councillor McDonald, because it covers all bases. Kia ora.
Kia ora. And there would appear to be no further speakers, so I'll turn to Councillor Moroney for her right of reply.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. You'll be pleased to hear from me for the last time. Look, I want to make it clear that I do agree to the foreshadowed amendment. I had some questions about it, but they have been answered. And, you know, I would go as far as to say that if the movers of that amendment had come and spoken to me, I would have been prepared to have changed the actual motion, and we could have had one less debate here today. But look, I think it's clear that around the table we all want people to get out and vote. And I'm going to reference Councillor Mead in reminding us that that's the thing that we're all wanting to achieve, that we all want to increase voter participation. And in terms of this process today, look, I actually feel really proud about, and I know people have found it really challenging over the last 13 days, but what that tells me is that people do care about democracy. People actually understand that the system belongs to them and they want to have something to say about it. And it's been really heartwarming for me to see that the community actually wants to have a say. They want to be involved in this, and that is really heartwarming about democracy, about its future. And what we've done today is democracy working in action. I'd already thanked those who put their names on the signatures on the notice of motion. Can I also thank those who voted for what we've returned to today on August the 6th? But also I do want to acknowledge those who have had the courage to actually change their views over what they've heard over the course of the last 13 days as well. I think that's a sign of confidence and maturity, and the ability to actually take on other ideas and think about how we might just stand up and have the courage to say, perhaps we got it wrong last time. And so thank you to everyone involved. I think it is the right outcome. We can move forward. We can focus on all the things that we know that really matter to Hamiltonians now, and do that in a way where we know we're not spending an ounce of money or time and energy on regurgitating something that could all change again sometime in the next 18 months. Kia ora.
Thank you all for your contributions to the debates we've had. I understand we might not need to have another debate, even though there's more than one vote, so I'll just ask Amy to clarify exactly what happens procedurally from this point.
Yes, no more debates. No more debates. No, we just, so first one is you're going to have a vote for or against the foreshadowed amendment, and that will determine whether we return to the original motion or it becomes the substantive motion.
So we are now voting
on the O'Leary-McDonald
motion. That'll go to the board.
The foreshadowed amendment is carried, noting that Councillor Liu and Deputy Mayor Taylor are dissenting. So now we were going to vote on that again as the substantive motion.
No intimidation to members, please. We're voting essentially on the same question.
Apologies. The amendment as a substantive motion is carried. 13 for, 3 against.
It can't be 13-3.
12.
Must be 12-3.
I mean, my maths is no longer mathsing.
12-3.
So that is now carried.
Thank you. Members, we have come to the end of all of our items of business. We're not moving into public excluded today, so if I could ask for our closing karakia to come up onto the board, please. As that is happening, could I just thank you all very much for being available for what was an extraordinary council meeting, extraordinary in more ways than one. But again, today, I think those who are watching will have seen their representatives engaging intelligently, thoughtfully, and I thank you all for that. Closing karakia. Tēnei tō whakawai.
Whakairi, tēnei te whakawātia, homiei, huiei, tai ki ei.
Some of us will now have some lunch.